Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Edgar. I'm the president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And on behalf of the board, I would like to thank you for logging in this morning. Today's meeting will be conducted remotely utilizing the WebEx platform. This teleconference meeting constitutes the board's regular public business meeting for the month of June 2020. We very much appreciate your taking the time out of your schedules to join us this morning. Now, before we get started, please permit me again to reiterate and establish the ground rules for this virtual meeting this morning. First, Ryan Jones, our board clerk, will be moderating these proceedings from a technical point of view and will operate the slides for today's presenters. He, as well as Leslie, Michael Wright, and other staff, will be fielding comments and questions addressed to the presenters either through the chat function or on the platform, or simply through by emails to Ryan Jones. Ryan will be making some operational and technical comments after my introduction regarding how this will work for those of you who are not familiar with the platform. Second, following each presentation, I will ask for questions or comments from the board members. After the board is finished, we will then unmute the public speakers, and Leslie and the staff will try to identify two people who have requested to speak and who have submitted written or emailed requests to be heard. I will then call on two speakers, and we will then repeat this process until we've exhausted all of those who wish to speak. After we've completed the public testimony, I will bring the matter back to the board for more comments, questions, and a final decision. You should be aware that this meeting is being recorded and will be housed on our website, just as the streaming video is of all our meetings. We will probably be taking a break almost every hour this morning for 15 minutes to give our reporter as well as the staff a break and to catch up. A break for lunch if we need to take a break, although I'm going to try to complete this before taking a lunch break. Ryan, if you would please again arrange to have a sign appear on the screen at break and lunchtime stating that the board is on a short recess. And again, I would just urge everyone to be calm and patient. This is a very difficult and stressful time for all of us. We're all tired and grumpy, so I just urge everyone to take a breath, relax, and try to be calm and courteous, understanding of what we are trying to do in this difficult time. So at this time, I'd like to have Ryan just inform us as to the major features of the WebEx platform. And Ryan, if you wouldn't mind, I would like at least for you to make sure everybody understands how to either raise their hand, go to the chat room, or just simply email you if they wish to speak when the time comes up. So go ahead and make your comments if you can, Ryan, at this time.
Thank you, President Edgar. So if you would like to request a public comment at the board meeting, you can use the chat feature, which is third from the right. It's like a cartoon speech bubble. And if you click on that, you'll see there's a red notification there because several people have already used it. You can go down to the 2 to the address bar, and there'll be a drop down where you can select to communicate privately with someone, like if you wanted to communicate privately with me requesting a public comment, or you can just request it to everyone. If that isn't comfortable for you, then you can also email me at my email address, which is located several times on the agenda, and we will also allow you to speak. And most importantly, we ask that you remain muted until you're called upon for your public comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Members, we're on still welcome introductions and announcements, and that constitutes item number 1. We're completed with the welcoming comments at this time. under item 1, Leslie, you have a couple of introductions and a promotion you want to announce at this time?
I do, Mr. President. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I am happy to announce that we did backfill Wendy's spot with an office technician. Her name is Tonia Gudo, and she just started with us on the 15th. I think Ryan has a photo he's going to share so you can all see what she looks like. She's going to be taking on procurement, assisting with recruitment, and many other administrative support functions. So if you have been relying on Wendy for your administrative functions, please get with Amber so you can get transitioned over as Tony learns her new role. Tony does have a degree in anthropology, and she is also pursuing another degree in computer science. So we are looking forward to her help in a lot of different areas. So welcome, Tony. I also want to announce that we have had a promotion, and that is our own Ryan Jones. He's been promoted in place from a staff services analyst to an AGPA, or an assistant governmental program analyst, which is a step up. And that is in recognition of all of his new functions he's taken on and how much more responsibility he has now for putting on these WebEx meetings. So congratulations and well-deserved to Ryan. And finally, we did backfill Catherine's Staff Services Management 1 analyst position, and that has gone to our longtime and very well-deserving employee, Amber Wartink. So she is now moving into the management category. She'll be an SSM1 in charge of benefits and HR, and I think board members, you're all certainly familiar with her at this point. So can join me in congratulating her for that promotion as well. Those are my announcements, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members. Regarding the agenda items themselves, let me just make a couple of comments. One with regard to the minutes, Vice President Secretary Jane Dolan under item 3 has informed me that the minutes have been completed and were submitted to the staff, but somehow they were not included in the packet that went out. Therefore, we will be putting this item over to next month, July, for approval of the minutes. On the consent calendar, we have a consent calendar number 5 on the agenda, which has 2 items on it. This morning, I've been informed that Mr. Countryman has requested that item 5A be taken off the consent calendar and discussed separately. Therefore, item A will be discussed immediately after approval of item B, which is the only item remaining on the consent calendar at this point. Obviously, approval of the consent calendar as well as approval of item 5A, which will be discussed separately, are both action items for the board this meeting. Under public comments, we will have our usual public comments if there are any, but under that section, Ryan Larson, the Chief of Flood Protection and Navigation Section for the Corps of Engineers, will provide the board with an update regarding the dwindling funding for the Corps Section 408 review. I think this occurred also last year. Ryan believes the Corps will be running out of funding by probably July of this year, which will mean that many of our routine permits will be delayed until the Corps receives its additional funding around the first of their fiscal year, which begins, as you know, in October. Under public safety informational, Darren Schuin will give the board an update regarding AB 1958, which is Mr. McCarty's bill in the legislature and is a reintroduced levee protection bill that the board followed during the last section of AB 137. Actually, AB 1958 is Assemblyman, what's his name from Elk Grove? I keep forgetting it. Anyway.
Cooper.
Yeah, sure. Cooper rather than the other. Under Department of Water Resources, Jeremy Eriks, the Chief of Division of Flood Management, has submitted his monthly report for the board's review, and he'll be interested in taking questions on that if there are any. And my understanding is Jeremy doesn't have a PowerPoint this morning, but he does want to speak to the board, and that'll be under item 8A. 8B is Central Valley Flood Protection Update. Mary Jimenez, Acting Chief of the System-Wide MBI branch, and Steve Cowden from DWR will provide an update regarding the flood risk analysis that's being done for the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update for 2022. This report was presented to the coordinating committee a couple months ago, and it was my opinion that it was important enough to bring it before the entire board this morning, and that's what Mary and Steve will be doing this morning. Under item 8C, Michael Mirzwar will be providing the board with an update on the small community flood risk reduction program. DWR has awarded $28 million of leftover Prop 1E funds for 3 different communities to improve flood protection to small communities in accordance with the recommendations of the current flood protection plan. Members will recall that the inclusion of this item, the small communities allocation, was a last-minute inclusion at the request of our stakeholders, and the creative language drafted by Mike and Laura Hollander resulted in that being put into the plan at the kind of the last minute. We're pleased with that. And finally, under item 8D, Sandy Maxwell, the system-wide MBI branch, will be asking the board for your approval of the normal subventions program funding allocation plan for 2021, and the also the approval of the 2018-19 reimbursement summary. My understanding that members Mike Blinds and Joe Countryman, as our board committee of 2, have received the details on this matter and are recommending approval for the board, from the board. Under board items, we have 4. One is 9A, Sacramento River Bank Protection Project Post-Authorization Change Report and EIR/EIS. Dave Wielden will provide an informational briefing regarding the project for an additional 80,000 linear feet of bank protection. As you know, the Sacramento Bank Protection Authorization authorizes repairs and maintenance for a specific number of miles of levees, and we've actually repaired the amount that we are authorized to do. So in this item, we're asking authorization for additional 80,000 linear feet of miles of bank protection under current request. Item B, Public Law 8499, Levy System Status and SWIFT Program Update. This is a report that we requested a month or so ago, and Eric Mayo of the board staff will provide an information overview regarding the systems that are either active or inactive in the PL 8499 program. And Josh Jimmerfield of the Corps will provide an informational update regarding the SWIFT program, the milestones in the annual program reports that the Corps is requesting, an updated SWIFT reports for several systems that are due by August 31st. Now, you will recall that the Corps of Engineers has approved one SWIFT, headquarters has approved one SWIFT for RD 1001 as kind of a template for all other submittals. And they are requiring that those other areas, LMAs, which have submitted SWIFTs at this point, bring theirs up to date with the template that has been approved at headquarters. So that's a little bit of work for the ones that have gone ahead and submitted submittals already. Then under 9C, Greg Harvey and Deb Biswa of the board staff will be asking the board to send a letter to the Corps of Engineers requesting permission to alter approximately 1,250 linear feet on the west side of Grand Island in the Delta based upon a 60% design submittal package, which is pursuant to one of the requirements under Section 408. And finally, under this section 9D, Darren Suen of the board staff will ask the board for a letter of support to revise the current boundary of RD 900 in order to annex MA4 and include the adjustment in Mr. McCarty's legislation, AB 3226. Now, normally, this kind of an action would go before a county's LAFCO agency, the agency at the local level that approves reorganizations and changes to boundaries. But since this is a state maintenance area, the state agency which has the authority in this area would be doing that kind of work, and that's us. So we're providing a letter within the current policy of the board to give the Corps assurance that this has state approval, annexing maintenance area 4 into RD 900. Then, so this should be an interesting meeting. We might as well get started on it. Members, we're on item 2, which is the roll call this morning. And Ryan, if you wouldn't mind, please call the roll to determine whether we have a quorum to conduct our business, please.
Thank you, President Edgar. Board Member Johnson is absent. Board Member Ramirez.
Here.
Board Member Valines.
Here.
Board Member Countryman.
Present.
Vice President Dolan.
I'm here.
And President Edgar.
I'm here. Thank you, Ryan. So we have a one member absent, Brian Johnson. We have one vacancy and 5 board members present. So we do have.
Mr. President, could I just interject for a moment? We also have Keith Cialino with us again this month. Hi, Keith, representing the Assembly Water Parks and Wildlife ex officio.
Good morning, everyone.
And good morning, Keith. Okay, we have a quorum to conduct our business. So we're on item 3. And as I stated in my opening remarks, Secretary Jane Dolan has informed me that the minutes have been completed and have been submitted, but somehow they weren't included in the packet. So we're going to put this item over for next month for approval, since we didn't get that into the packet for the board's review. So we'll go to item 4. Members, we're on item 4, review of the agenda. Leslie, do you have any comments or things that you want to say at this point regarding the agenda?
No, Mr. President, you've covered everything.
Okay, thank you. Members, we're on item 5. Our consent calendar for today's meeting. And as I said earlier, we have 2 items on the agenda this morning. And Mr. Countryman has asked that item 5A be taken off the consent calendar and discussed separately. Therefore, item 5A will be discussed immediately after approval of 5B, which is the only item remaining on the consent calendar. Obviously, these 2 items are action items for the board. So at this point, may I have a motion and a second on the consent calendar, which consists of item 5B only, please?
I move to approve.
Moved by Countryman, seconded by?
I'll second.
Was that Mike?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Seconded by Mike Valines. All in favor? I guess we ought to have a roll call. Ryan, I guess we ought to have a roll call on these items just to make it clear for the record, please.
Good for you, Mike, being fastest with your unmute.
Board Member Ramirez,
Aye.
Lines,
Aye.
Board Member Countryman,
Aye.
Vice President Dolan,
Aye.
President Edgar.
Aye. So everyone approves that, Brian Johnson's absence, and we have one vacancy. Thank you. Now, we're on item 5A, which was to be discussed separately. And Joe, you wanted this discussed separately. Do you want a staff report on this matter?
I don't know if I need a full detailed staff report. I had two questions that I'd like to have answered. One is the depth of scour at that bridge, and is that common throughout the river? And the fact that the local agencies wanted riprap removed, I wanted more information about why they wanted that. It seems that Caltrans was reluctant to do it, but the districts wouldn't go ahead unless riprap was removed. And I'd like to know what's behind that.
Okay, could we have, I guess that'd be Umberto? Yes.
Hi. Yes, sorry, I'm here. Hi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Umberto Negrete. I have, want to let you guys know, I have Caltrans representatives on the phone that will be able to answer any project-specific questions. I have a presentation set up to introduce the project. You want to go ahead and let me introduce it, or do you just want to hear the answers to your questions, Mr. Countryman?
Okay.
All right. So good morning, board member, board president Edgar, vice president Dolan, and members of the board. My name is Humberto Negrete. I'm with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board permitting section. I'm here today to present the board agenda item 5A, which is staff's findings and recommendations for permit number 88-2, being brought by Caltrans for a scour mitigation project on the Feather River. Next slide, please. The project is located approximately 1.25 miles north of the convergence of the Feather River with the Yuba River along State Route 20 that spans the Feather River. The red areas shown here are our core project channels. Next slide, please. The existing Feather River Bridge connects Yuba and Sutter counties and the cities of Marysville and Yuba City. Next slide. The bridge was constructed in 1947 and is 2,670 feet long, has 24 spans, is a steel plate girder bridge construction, and is supported on cellular concrete piers with spread footings. Next slide. This is the work area being proposed. So the retrofit project is being proposed to protect the existing bridge piers and minimize lateral river migration impacts to the adjacent properties to the west. To protect their structural integrity, reduce existing critical scour, and prevent future scour, Pier 17 through 20 and Pier 23 would be retrofitted with 10 48-inch diameter cast in steel shell piles. The same retrofit applied to Piers 21 and 22 in 2011 for an emergency repair. To lower channel velocities, the existing rock slope protection placed along the east bank and east floodplain that was placed under emergency authorizations in 2011 and the 2017 Oroville Dam spillway will be removed. This will ensure that the lateral migration of the channel to the east will occur naturally. This will ultimately widen the low flow channel, thus reducing channel velocity and scour east of Pier 13 and west of Pier 20 and minimizing impacts to adjacent properties to the west. In addition, the rock slope protection will be placed between 23 and the west bridge abutment to address potential west levee scour. Next slide, please. This is the proposed retrofit. Work will essentially enlarge the existing spread footing and strengthen it by driving larger piles to 135 feet beyond the scour zone, which was identified to be between 26 and 44 feet. Next slide, please. A two-dimensional hydraulic analysis was prepared to assess project impacts. The analysis was used to determine the water surface elevations and velocities for the existing bridge and for the proposed scour mitigation. The analysis included the impacts of the temporary construction trestle and copper dams for the 3 construction seasons. Pre and post project conditions were analyzed and compared at 10 flow rates. The flows analyzed ranged from ordinary high water flow of 2,000 cubic feet per second, the 100-year flow of 164,000 cubic feet per second, the 200-year flow of 196,000 cubic feet per second, up to the US ACE channel design flow of 210,000 cubic feet per second. The simulation results showed an increase of 0.05 feet for the design flow of 210,000 cubic feet per second. 0.5 feet translates to approximately 0.6 inches. The increase in water surface elevation was considered insignificant, and no negative hydraulic impacts to the levee or channel were anticipated as a result of the proposed project. Next slide, please. Caltrans prepared a foundation report that was based on pile load testing performed in the 2011 retrofit project that utilized the 48-inch cast-in steel shell piles being proposed for this project. The depth of the pile was 135 feet, same as being proposed. Using the results of this testing and subsequent subsurface investigations, which included 9 mud rotary borings and a scour study, Caltrans developed a foundation report and the recommended depth of 135 feet, which would be the same as the 2011 job. Seismic information for the area was also reviewed and incorporated into the design. Next slide, please. The project has been endorsed by the following agencies. All applicable conditions have been incorporated into the permit. Next slide, please. Therefore, staff recommends that the board adopt the CEQA findings as shown. Next slide, please. That the board approve the permit 888-2 in substantially the form provided in the staff report. Direct the executive officer to take necessary actions to execute the permit and file a notice of determination pursuant to CEQA with the state clearinghouse. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. At this time, I can answer any questions you might have on staff's findings. And again, if you have anything you want to ask Caltrans specific, I have representatives that can assist. Thank you.
Thank you, Umberto. Joe, do you have any questions?
Got to unmute, Joe. We're reading your lips.
So my question is, has the piers been undermined or potentially undermined? How deep has the scour actually gotten there? Or is this just based on design considerations, this work that's being done?
Okay. I'm sorry. Is Caltrans representative available that can answer that for him? If not, I can take a shot. I'd just rather have someone that has more direct knowledge of it. Undermining.
Please, I'll get them on the line.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Caltrans, I believe you are unmuted. S145461, is this Caltrans?
Yeah.
Okay, you are unmuted.
So this is Asad Nourouzi. I believe project manager Johnny Tan is on the list, but to answer, I'm a P on the roadway items, but the existing condition is not the piers are not undermined, but based on the experience on the other 21 and 22, pier 21 and 22, so the retrofit is to cover anything in future, and any undermining in the future would be okay for that retrofit. So, but Amir or Johnny can provide more details if they can unmute.
Can somebody just go ahead? Do we need to wait for somebody? Does somebody have an answer to this question?
Hello, can you hear me? Sorry. Can you, Johnny, go ahead.
Yes, Johnny, you're unmuted.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I was trying to get in, but nobody can hear me. Like Amir, the project engineer was mentioning here in 2021, I'm sorry, in 2011, we had the retrofit for the other two piers. As you can see, Pier 22 and Pier 21. So there were potentially, the scour could have been deeper at the time. So we had a director's emergency order to repair 21 and 22 back in 2011. With that, there are similar and potential scour for the rest of the piers. And with that, Caltrans is protecting the integrity of the structure. So we proactively have this project to retrofit the rest of the piers. The current piers right now, if you look at the surface water level elevation is low. Pier 21 is being exposed. That was the one that was retrofit in 2011. To the naked eyes, it looks like it's going to be, deeper exposure to that. But we retrofit that pier and structurally it's sound because it's been retrofitted. It's currently showed there's some scouring on there. Since we retrofitted, members of the public has raised questions like, hey, are we safe on this bridge? We see the exposure here due to lower level of water. And the answer to the public was, no, this was retrofitted deep enough that it is safe. So for the remaining piers 17 through 20 and 23, we need to do the same thing.
I see. And how much deeper do they have to go?
I have the structure engineer online. He has a specific detail. And Amir, can you?
It's a simple question. Is it 10 feet? Is it 5 feet? How much deeper?
The retrofit itself?
Yes.
No, the retrofit goes down to, I believe it's up to, I don't have the structure plan in front of me, but 60 feet below.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, Johnny, this is Amir Olani. I don't know, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so as Johnny was mentioning, the existing footings have H piles and they don't go very deep, but the new piles that we are adding, they go significantly deeper. And the idea is even the scour occurs to the minus 40 feet or so that was discussed earlier by Umberto, the bridge still would be safe. Does that answer your question?
I had muted. So how deep are the existing piles, and then how deep will be the ones when you're finished?
I don't have the drawings in front of me. I think one of the slides that you saw earlier showed that new piles that we go to about maybe 150 foot or something from the ground level. The existing ones are much, much shorter.
Okay, well, we're not really getting an answer. So the other question I had was about the removal of the riprap. From reading the documents, it seemed like Caltrans wasn't convinced that the riprap needed to be removed. Why is it being removed?
This is Johnny. Based on the hydraulic modeling, the riprap causes at a hard point. So that causes the water to shift and it's leaning toward the west bank. So we want to remove the rock, all the RSP that was placed during the 2017 storm as an emergency repair. So we want to remove all that and let the river flow naturally eastward, because we don't want to further cause any erosion to the west. And this was the analysis done, and by looking at the channel itself, the hydraulic analysis, and address the concern by our local levee district.
I doubt that it's going to move naturally to the east, but okay. I'm ready to make a motion, Bill. I've gone about as far as I can go with this. You're muted.
I'm sorry. Just to go back a minute, Umberto, it seems to me in your presentation, you gave an estimate as to how deep the piles are now and what the estimate was. And it seems to me your answer was like, it was like 40 or 50 feet now, and it's going to go down to 150 feet. Is that correct?
Yes. The review of the foundation report states that they recommended 135 feet below ground surface for the cast in steel shell piles. The existing piles you see on this slide right now, it's up. All the right there where you see the section view, the line for the section view, all those little H piles are underneath existing spread footing. They didn't submit anything that showed how deep they are, but from experience, they usually run about 50, 60 feet deep.
Okay.
So then
that's what Joe wanted to know. He wanted to know what the difference was, and I thought your original presentation you gave him a ballpark estimate. That's all he wanted to know.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Joe, are you ready to make a motion, please?
Yes, I'll move to approve this item.
This is Dolan. I will second.
Okay, moved by Countryman, seconded by Jane Dolan. Ryan, could you please call the roll?
Board Member Ramirez.
Aye.
Board Member Valines.
Aye.
Board Member Countryman.
Aye.
Vice President Dolan.
Yes.
President Edgar.
Yes, so we have 5 yeses, 1 absent, and 1 vacancy at this point. Okay, thank you, members. That was a little unnecessarily difficult, I think, but in any event. We're on item number 6, public comment. And before we ask the public for any comments, as I stated earlier, Ryan Larson would like to provide the board with an update regarding the dwindling funding for the Corps Section 408 review. Ryan, are you on the, are you here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Okay. Floor is yours,
Good
sir.
morning. Good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Ryan Larson with the Army Corps of Engineers. I'm Chief of the Levees and Channels Branch and also the Section 408 coordinator for the district. I just want to take a minute to let you know that we are running up against, the Corps of Engineers nationally is running up against a funding shortage in the Section 408 program for the remainder of the federal fiscal year that ends on September 30th of 2020. Our Section 4 activities are expected to exceed the direct appropriations that we receive in fiscal year 20. As of June, we've expended more than 95% of our $8.5 million for the country for the 408 reviews. And this will result in a delay of several Section 408 requests and corresponding regulatory permit decisions. We're closely monitoring the funding on a monthly basis, and if needed, we will redistribute funding to the most urgent and compelling activities. Our agency is looking for sources of funding to bring into the program and has identified a source this week that actually adds to the $8.5 million that should be able to keep us going for another couple weeks. I expect that situation to continue to change over the remaining 3 months of the federal fiscal year. We also have a number of Section 214 and 1156 agreements with 408 requesters that allow us to continue work on their 408 requests. Yeah, so again, this is a fluid situation. And depending on who has agreements, things will be different. And but we will continue to work with requesters and sponsors as we have funds to move projects forward. I think the important message right now is that we do have funds right now, and our team is strategizing ways to complete as many actions as possible with the constraints that we've been given. And you guys know that through this program we work together to ensure alterations by other parties will not impair the usefulness of the authorized civil works projects and will not adversely impact the public interest. This is an important program, and we work very closely with the board. We appreciate your patience during this time until we can get back to full operations. And we expect to be back to normal, so to speak, by October 1st, or on October 1st of 2020. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Ryan. Are there any board members that have any questions? Okay, we'll proceed then. If anyone in the audience regarding items not on the agenda have any items that they want to address the board, is anyone in the audience that wants to do that? Ryan, do you have any emails or?
Mr. President, I believe Melinda Terry has her hand up on the screen.
I do. Thank you, Leslie. I just have 3 items related that are not on the agenda. One is, I'm sure you're probably aware, but the Army Corps has their levee safety comments that are due on their new circular. They're due July 27th. And just wanted to let you know the association is working on comments. Rick Reinhardt is the lead on that. And we would like to be able to coordinate, with the board and DWR on that. And I forget, I think there's a workshop coming up too. And then that Ryan is going to be hosting, I believe. The second issue is I wondered if for the next budget meeting, or I'm sorry, your next board meeting, if we could like have a presentation on the board's budget. I have over 30 years of legislative experience, and with these fiscal times and the $54 billion deficit and things looking worse as of today for the budget, it's difficult for even myself to figure out exactly what the status of your budget with everything that's going on. So maybe at the August meeting we could kind of get a better idea of how your agency is going to be impacted. And then the third issue is related to the Delta Conveyance Project. What do they call the DCA, the Delta Design, I don't know, Delta Conveyance and Design Authority, whatever it's called. Yeah, I think that's right. Authority. They did an amendment to their JPA that they have with the department, and it relates to real estate purchases in eminent domain that's necessary for that project. And in the amendment, they had a lot of attachments. And I'll admit that many of these attachments appear to be what I would think of as templates, let's say. But I did want to bring to your attention that one of the documents in the attachments does indicate that the Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District could be one of the entities that's purchasing the properties. Again, they're templates, so it might just be that whatever documents they submitted have you on it, but it is an example of more information, if you will, that we are very interested in. When the department tried to do eminent domain for the borings, exploratory borings, it did not go smoothly. A lot of court activity, a lot of upset landowners. So, if there is an intent for the flood board, it mentions the SSJDD and then on behalf of the flood board. But if you are going to be landowners, that's the type of information in the future presentations that we would be interested in. And that's my 3 items. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Okay, well, Leslie, are you going to give I thought you were going to give a little report on the budget today. She's asking it to be put on next month, which would give you a better sense of what we really have left for our share of the budget, which isn't going to be very much.
Yes, Mr. President, the next month would be more appropriate. It's been ever changing, so we really don't have anything at this point.
Okay, then we'll plan on that for next month. And then we might want to have Darren Suen, since he has been following that, follow us up on the eminent domain issue. And I'm not aware of these technical comments on the Corps engineering circular. But I guess Michael can follow up on that. Okay. Any other items? Brian, you see anybody wanting any other comments?
I don't see any, President Edgar.
Okay. Then let's move to item 7, which is public safety informational update. And as I said in the introductory remarks, Darren Suen has an update on this matter. We followed this matter last year pretty closely, and now it's before us again, and he has some information for us. Darren?
Thank you, President Edgar. And good morning, Vice President Dolan and other members of the board. With the recent spikes in COVID throughout the region and in this county, Sacramento County, I hope all of you are staying safe and healthy. As President Edgar mentioned in his opening remarks, I think you were both right, sir. It was introduced by both Senate members Cooper and McCarty, although Senate member Cooper remains the lead on this. I want to take this moment to express our appreciation for his recognition of the importance and significance of this matter. Given the short legislative calendar, A lot of the members were asked or directed to prioritize bills, and only a short or small few of bills are actually getting processed. So we're happy that he made this one of his priorities. I also wanted to thank Catherine Freeman and Keitsi Alino for their help on this. Catherine's been on this since the beginning, and I know she's on the line here, so to speak, and we really wish her well in her next adventure. But really appreciate your help, Catherine, in moving us forward. So with that, I think we can go to the next slide, Ryan. Thank you. So just a quick history on this. As President Edgar mentioned, it was originally introduced as a gut and amend as AB 137 last year. We were held up in the Fiscal Committee in the Senate, and reintroduced this year in January co-introduced with McCarty and Cooper, along with several other Assembly members and senators, both from both parties. So bipartisan support in both houses, if you will, of our legislature, and passed the Assembly Water, Parks, and Wildlife Committee. In the vote there, you see 13-0 and with one abstention. Recently, we, with a few amendments, and we'll go into that in a bit here, it passed the Fiscal Committee unanimously, and then finally to the Assembly floor, where it passed 74-0. So we are on to the Senate at this point. Next slide, Ryan. Thank you. So just a quick review of the main points that it didn't change from 137 till AB 1958. Still declares the state plan of flood control as critical infrastructure, amends section 8712 to better inspect and deter further actions, and expands the actions that would prevent inspections and repair. Basically meaning we talked about visual and physical obstructions that would inhibit inspections to occur, and also it expanded the actions from just cut and altering, which is what original 8712 described as being expressly prohibited. We just expanded those to other I'll simply say synonyms for physical actions that would damage the levees. And then finally, I think it's important to note that this has an urgency statute associated with it. And at least for now, we've achieved the 2/3 threshold in the Assembly, which basically means should the governor sign it, it would go into effect immediately. Next slide, please, Ryan. This is just a list of our registered supporters out there that we've received so far. We appreciate all of them submitting letters of recommendation. Just note, Melinda Terry just spoke earlier, so the Central Valley Flood Control Association, representing many RDs and flood control districts throughout the Central Valley, CBIA, and California Building Industry Association, and then of course who we work regularly with, the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, and of course the City of Sacramento, who is obviously protected by the levees as well. Next slide, please, Ryan.
Darren, do we have the county on board with this?
The county, we have not spoken directly with the county on this matter, but we can certainly reach out to them.
I think it would be important to have the county on board with this, particularly since the parkway is partly in, or actually a lot of it is in the county itself, which is relevant to this issue.
Absolutely, yeah. We can speak directly with them. They, just as a note, they are members of the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency. They serve on that board, but we can certainly reach out to Nav Gill, the executive officer, or county executive, excuse me, and ask for a letter of support from them as well. Thank you for that. Okay. Registered opposition. These remain the four that have submitted letters, and I will note that most of them submitted unless amended opposition, so they've they've had some comments, and we continue to work with them throughout this process to try to alleviate their concerns. Next slide, Ryan, please. Okay, so just for the fiscal amendment, so with the opposition organizations that you just saw, we in the when it was in the fiscal committee, we made these amendments. We added some intent language to basically, describe that, hey, that we're not seeking to possess or destroy property. That was a concern of theirs. And also, as you see here in the second bullet, we changed remove to move. Again, that was to express our intent that if we need to inspect something, we would simply try to move the items out of the way to see, rather than imply that we may take them with the remove word. So that was one of our ways we were trying to accommodate their concerns. The other concerns they had was regarding the peace officer abuse, and so we removed the reference to peace officer enforcement action in there, and deleted that amendment 87 and 8720, which describes it or calls it out as a misdemeanor, calls the violation of 8712 as a misdemeanor. Yeah. Next slide, please, Ryan. So this is just something in so you could see it, the amendments here I wanted to highlight. So in the original bill, we added intent language A, B, C, and then D is what I described earlier. And then again, 8712 we revised. Next slide, please, Ryan. To from remove to move the physical obstructions, physical or visual obstructions placed or alterations made on any levee. And then finally, in the section 4, meaning the amendment, section 4, we deleted the reference of a peace officer. So that the 8720B, 8720A remains because it is in the original code. So we are just deleting the amendment that we were proposing. Next slide, Ryan. Oh, okay. So again, I want to say we're on to the Senate, and on the 23rd, June 23rd, we were referred to the Senate National Resources and Water Committee, and this is where we started with AB 137. We passed through that policy committee on consent, and we'll see how things go this go around. With that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions of the board members?
I don't have anything pending here, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Darren. We'll keep our eye on that, and keep us posted as to what the policy committee in the Senate does, please.
Will
Bill?
do. Thank you. Yes.
This is Mike. Can I just say something?
Yes, sure, of course.
I just wanted to add the obvious, that there was a lot of good work put into that from the very beginnings of this idea, through some I wouldn't say troubled water, but a little bit of hiccups, to where we are today with those kind of votes going through. I just want to say a lot of good work, Darren, to you, the team, to everybody that pitched in. Good job. That was important work.
Thank you, Board Member Valines. Appreciate it. A lot of teamwork for sure.
Okay, members, we're on to item 8. And at this point, as I said, Jeremy Erich, the chief of the Division of Flood Management, doesn't have a PowerPoint, but would like to address the board. So at this point, Jeremy, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. My name is Jeremy Eric, Chief of the Division of Flood Management with the Department of Water Resources. I want to thank you for having me today to give an update on DWR activities. As President Edgar mentioned, I do not have a PowerPoint presentation, but I do have a few updates to share from our DWR written report. So I'll step through those items. A few highlights from the DWR written report. Partly as a precursor to Mike Mearswell's presentation today on small communities, I wanted to provide a brief update on our DWR Small Communities Flood Risk Reduction Program. As you're mostly well aware, to date, most of our flood risk reduction funding has gone to urban communities throughout the Central Valley. And this program was created as part of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan in 2012 to assist public agencies with reducing flood risk for small communities within the Central Valley. As you're also aware, in phase one of the program, DWR funded locally led feasibility studies, many of which are still underway. And phase two is for implementation of those locally developed plans that include design, permitting, and construction. And I'm very excited to announce that DWR is in the process of awarding approximately $28 million available from Proposition 1E grant funding to 3 out of the 5 projects that submitted proposals as part of phase 2. So still a little bit of Mike's thunder there, but Mike will be providing a more detailed briefing about the Small Communities Program and share some details about the projects that will be receiving state grant funding. The second item I'd like to highlight from the DWR written report is under our Flood Emergency Preparedness, Response, and Operations Program. As you recall, DWR maintains a large stockpile of emergency flood fight materials throughout the state. And DWR also owns and operates the Stockton Emergency Materials Transfer Facility in the Delta. And last month, we received 20 new shipping containers at our Stockton Emergency Materials Transfer Facility. And these containers will be loaded with flood fight materials in preparation for the next flood season. They were purchased as part of our Delta Flood Emergency Preparedness and Response Program, and they will remain in Stockton at the transfer facility, and they can be relocated within the Delta as needed. And with these new 20 new containers added to our stockpile, we now have a total of 150 containers loaded, distributed, and strategically located throughout the state of California. So as you know, we're always trying to bolster up our flood emergency preparedness program, and this is one of the key elements of being able to maintain effective emergency response during those critical flood events. An update from our levee inspections program. In May, our levee inspectors completed 423 miles of levee inspections, which concluded all of our levee miles, which totals 1,548 miles of levee inspections for the spring season. And since the monthly report was completed, the spring 2020 levee inspection reports have been completed and posted on the California Data Exchange Center, the CDEC website. So that's a bit of an update from what was in the written report. I have a few quick construction updates or construction related updates. The American River Common Features 2016 Sacramento Weir Widening Project, the 45-day CEQA public comment period for the draft Supplemental Environmental Impact Report, Environmental Impact Statement for this project is anticipated to begin in July. So look out for that announcement. A public webinar will be scheduled during the public comment period to inform the public and receive feedback on the project. So that's a critical project within the American River Common Features 2016 group of projects that will help provide some much needed additional flood protection for Sacramento. Another construction update, the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, through our Urban Flood Risk Reduction Program, is implementing the Smith Canal closure structure near Stockton. And on April 30th, excuse me, this San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency Board awarded a construction contract to Shimmick Construction Company Incorporated, and construction is set to begin on July 15th with a groundbreaking ceremony being organized by San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency for sometime in August. The last construction update, I'll just mention that will be construction of the Tisdale Bypass sediment removal project as part of our channel rehabilitation program is expected to start in mid-August of this year. So that's a quick update based on our written report. I believe the agenda overview earlier covered the other DWR presentations that are part of my monthly report, which include the CVFPB update by Mary Jimenez and Steve Cowden. Again, I mentioned the small communities update by Mike Mirzwa, and then we have a Delta Levy maintenance subventions program to consider approval for funding that program from Sandy Maxwell. And now kind of for the main event of my presentation, and on behalf of Chris Chernell, who's our Deputy Director over Integrated Watershed Management, and on behalf of all of us at DWR, I wanted to take an opportunity today to introduce Steve Rothert. I saw Steve was on the line earlier. Steve Rothert is the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives First Division Chief, and all of us at DWR are very happy to have him on board. We've been, Chris spent quite a bit of time looking for the right person, the right fit for this job, and we're looking forward to having Steve with us. Steve comes to us from the nonprofit sector, where for the last 18 years, he has overseen the California Office of American Rivers, which is a national scale organization dedicated to the conservation of river systems throughout the country. He has a Master's of Wildland Resources Science from UC Berkeley, and much of his work with American Rivers centered on the river systems of the Central Valley, which is a geographic focus that will serve him well and the state well in his role in this new position. A little bit about what he'll be focusing on as lead for our Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives. Steve now oversees 3 distinct yet very interrelated groups: the Eco Restore program, our Delta Levee System Integrity and Habitat Restoration program, and our System-Wide Multi-Benefit Initiatives program. And as the board has heard in a previous presentation on the 2019 reorganization about a year ago or so, a few of the responsibilities on the shoulders of this new division include administration of the Delta Levee subventions and special projects programs, implementation of large-scale multi-benefit projects such as the Lookout Slough and Lower Elkhorn Levee setback projects, and development of updates to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Obviously, there's a close connection between the Division of Flood Management and the new Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives, and so Steve and I will be working closely together as we implement the work of our 2 divisions. We've also chatted a bit about working through a rotation for presenting the monthly updates to the board during this time slot on the agenda. And we'll work that out, based on a schedule that makes sense for our program activities, schedules, priorities, et cetera. So I'll be working with Steve, and we will work out, month by month. We may alternate back and forth between Steve and myself, and then have our normal, staff-related presentations as we normally do. So with that, I would like to maybe offer Steve an opportunity to say a few words to sort of introduce himself to the board, if he would like to.
Sure. Thanks, Jeremy. Can folks hear me?
Yes.
Great. Chair Edgar and other board members, I appreciate the opportunity to say hello to you this morning. I'm very excited to be taking this new position with the Department of Water Resources, and I really look forward to getting to know you on the board and Leslie and the staff there at the Flood Protection Board, and working with you toward our shared goals. I think this is, as Jeremy led on, is a really exciting time to take on this position and join this work, as a number of big projects are getting underway in the next few months. And we've got the update of the flood plan and conservation strategy underway. So I'm just thrilled to be part of it, and I look forward to advancing the relationship between the Flood Board and DWR and working well together in years to come. So thanks for the opportunity to greet you this morning. I look forward to meeting you all in person someday.
Thank you very much, Steve. It's good to meet you, even though this is done remotely. Welcome aboard. As you say, this is an exciting time, and we're all pleased that you're coming on board. It's been a while, and some of our projects, understandably, have been delayed a little bit, particularly in the YOLO bypass, and we're looking forward to your jumping on those and re-energizing action-oriented projects we have going. So, welcome aboard.
Thank you. Absolutely, I'll do my best. Thanks.
Okay, members, I think at this point I'd like to take a 15-minute.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Oh, yes, Joe?
Jeremy, I noticed in your report you talked about the Cache Creek modeling of the channel. Is what's going on there the settlement that's occurred out there? Is there a loss of capacity, or what's going on with that?
Yes, Board Member Countryman, thank you. That's an excellent question. Predominantly, it's due to subsidence and the settlement of the levees over time. So yes, that's the preliminary or primary cause of the channel capacity issues there on Cache Creek.
Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't think it was vegetation encroachment or anything like that. I noticed on your rodent control, you talked about baiting and fumigating. Are you backfilling the holes also? Grouting them?
I can't speak to the specifics of locations, but in some areas we are able to backfill rodent holes. In other areas we are not, where there's giant garter snake habitat concerns.
Oh, okay. Real quick, when the settling basin, Cache Creek settling basin, you're talking about vegetation burn piles there. Last time I saw that basin, it looked like a forest. What exactly are you doing there?
Don't have an update for that today, Board Member Countryman.
That's all right. Maybe you could just send me an email or something.
Sure, we can follow up. That's no problem.
And on the Tisdale sediment removal, I guess we may have had a presentation on this. I don't recall it, but usually finding a place to deposit the material is a big problem. You know where that's being done, and that project's getting ready to go underway, I believe you said.
Yes, correct. We do have a property that we used for the last Tisdale sediment removal project.
Same one.
That the board owns, yes. So we're using that same property, and we've worked with the board staff on all those arrangements.
That's great. And finally, your urban flood risk reduction program on the San Joaquin River. I think your report indicated that you're getting ready to go to contract on that. Is that RD17 that's doing the contracting, or is the state?
Are you referring to the Smith Canal closure structure?
No, I think it was seepage issues. Let me see. That's okay. That's all right. I can look into it. I don't want to hold things up here.
Okay, Joe, maybe we can take that offline, huh?
Yeah. It's just
okay. Okay, at this point, I'd like to take about a 15-minute recess. Ryan, could you put the sign up, and then we'll get back around 10:30.
Thank you, President Edgar.
Thank you, Jeremy.
filed a brief with the U.S. Supreme Court to abolish Obamacare. 20 million Americans get health care through Obamacare right now. Even more are protected through the protection of pre-existing conditions. The Trump administration filed this brief to get rid of it. There are some groans, even among Republican circles, even among Republicans who don't necessarily want Obamacare around forever, who are saying, now, in a pandemic, trying to get rid of Obamacare?
No, that's right. I mean, there was some commentary on social media where some of the president's opponents were saying, oh, good, he's finally doing something about the pandemic, trying to take healthcare away from tens of millions of Americans. And, you know, it's a nasty thing to say, but underneath it all, it's really kind of true. And it really sort of underlines, I think, John, that the strategy from the White House and the re-election team of the president was not adapted to reality. Everything that they had planned to do has changed.
Hey, Bill, you're still online. You're still online if you're having a conversation. There you go.
Okay, Ryan, I think we can come back to order.
Okay, President Edgar.
Yes. Okay, thank you, members, for that. We're on item 8B, which is Mary Jimenez, acting chief of the system-wide MBA branch, and Steve Cowden from DWR are going to provide a update regarding the flood risk analysis that's being done for the 2022 plan update. This was a report that was done to the coordinating committee. I thought it was important enough to bring it before the board. So this is what Mary's going to do today. Mary, the floor is yours.
Good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. Can folks hear me okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Steve Cowden, are you patched in as well?
I am ready to go. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Again, my name is Mary Jimenez. I'm with DWR and acting chief of the system-wide multi-benefit initiatives branch. To chime in a little bit on the remarks of Jeremy, Eric, and Steve Rothert, very pleased today to be here to update you all on the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Thanks to their leadership and the leadership of Division Chief Kamiar Govecci, we have a strong matrix team between divisions developing this flood plan update for 2022, and I'm very excited to work with them and the matrix team. So moving on, next slide. An overview of our presentation today. I'm going to make some brief remarks about where we've been with regards to the conservation strategy update that we presented last month. I'll tee up the second item of where we're at on the risk analysis overview before handing off to Steve Cowden to do the bulk of the presentation. And then we'll end with some remarks on where we're going with our continued engagement on CVFPB and future topics. Next slide. Next slide, where we've been. Thank you. So as a reminder, last month we came to the board with a presentation on the conservation strategy update. We are updating the conservation strategy as an integral part of the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update. And we provided description of the vision for updating the document that aligns with the three themes of the CVFPB update in 2022. And those are climate resilience, reporting of accomplishments and performance tracking, and alignment with other state efforts. We also provided an overview of our stakeholder assessment that we've been conducting over the past few months and the plan for our continued engagement through the board's advisory committee that was convened on June 18th. Next slide. Where we're at. Thank you very much. So before I hand off to Steve, I just wanted to mention that as we're updating the flood risk analysis as part of the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update, we are building upon the body of foundational work that was prepared in 2012 and in 2017 and updated, as adopted by the board in 2017. Three key points to remember about the technical analysis and the flood risk analysis in particular. Along with the climate change analysis that the team is preparing, it provided the technical justification for the state system-wide investment approach that was adopted by the board in 2017. The 2017 flood plan and supporting work in particular advanced methods for consideration of life safety benefits of the CVFPB at a system-wide scale. An important thing to recognize about that is that life safety benefits are a better reflection of the state's priority on public safety and our mission than looking at economic damages alone. And lastly, it's important to recognize that updating the flood risk analysis every 5 years is important to reflect changes that occur over time. Thank you. Next slide. And with that, I will hand off to Steve Cowden, who is our economist and lead for the flood risk analysis. Thank you. Steve?
Thank you, Mary.
Good morning. Yes, thank you, Mary, and thank you, President Edgar and board members. It's a pleasure to be here to talk to you about our risk analysis. As President Edgar mentioned, at the coordinating committee meeting back in May, we gave a somewhat lengthy presentation on the risk analysis. So what we've done for today is shorten that to really focus on primarily the differences between the 2022 and the 2017 risk analysis. However, at that coordinating committee meeting, as with today, I'm starting with the same slide that you see in front of you. To be honest, our objective is to be more explicit up front with the board and stakeholders so that you better understand the methods and tools we're using for the risk analysis. We plan to be back early next year with the results. And at that time, we hope to avoid or at least minimize this kind of reaction as to how did you get there? So that's the whole purpose, is to bring you along during the process. So next slide. Just going to give you a brief overview of some of the components of flood risk assessment. This slide actually is more focused on the disciplines, beginning with hydrology, which estimates precipitation and runoff in the watershed based upon climate assumptions. Involves hydraulics, which estimates flow and stage in the rivers and streams. It involves geotechnical engineering to estimate levee reliability and formulate improvements. Economics to estimate flood damages, both monetary and non-monetary. And ecosystem to describe expected change in habitat and species viability. As you can imagine, with these different disciplines involved, a risk analysis is very much a team exercise. Okay, next slide, please. And stated a little bit differently, again, focused on the components of a flood risk analysis, we have the hazard, in this case, the flood hazard, and we're talking about the frequency and magnitude of flooding. It involves performance, the system's reaction to the hazard. And for a flood risk analysis, we're talking about, particularly in the valley, we're talking about levee performance as also warning system performance, flood warning system performance. The hazard can be modified by the system, especially with levees. It involves exposure, a measure of who and what may be harmed by the flood hazard. Here we're talking about the numbers and values of structures, numbers and values of crops, that type of information. It involves vulnerability, susceptibility to harm of people, property, and environment exposed to the hazard. And for this element, we use depth damage functions and depth mortality functions. Finally, you bring all these pieces together and you get the consequence or the harm that results from a single occurrence of the hazard. Of course, for our flood risk analysis, we're interested in all those full range of hazards that may occur, from very small to very large. Okay, next slide, please. The tool we use for the flood risk analysis is HEC-FDA, or Flood Damage Analysis. This was developed by the Hydrologic Engineering Center in Davis to analyze the economic benefits of flood damage reduction projects. It stores the hydrologic, hydraulic, geotechnical, and economic data and information. It evaluates uncertainties for all of these study inputs. It, of course, implements core guidance on how to do a flood risk analysis. FDA was really designed to do damage analysis, monetary damage analysis for structures and crops, that type of analysis. But DWR has adapted FDA to compute life loss per the state's priorities and public safety. Now, some of the key outputs from FDA include expected annual damage, expected annual life loss, and a variety of project performance statistics, including annual exceedance probability. Okay, next slide. So our study areas include the Sacramento and San Joaquin River basins. Each of these basins is divided into impact areas, which have similar flooding and or land use characteristics. So in this diagram here, you see the Sacramento River Basin. The impact areas are shown by the colored polygons that you see there. Each impact area has at least one index point, which represents the hydraulic and levee performance along a river channel. Some impact areas have multiple river channels, thus they have multiple index points. So in this diagram, it's kind of hard to see, but those dots you see, which I think are really diamonds, those are the index points. So for the Sacramento River Basin, we have 61 impact areas and 87 index points. Okay, next slide, please. So here you see the same graphic for the San Joaquin River Basin, 46 impact areas and 85 index points. So again, those are our study areas. Okay, next slide, please. So here we're showing the results from the 2017 analysis for expected annual life loss. At that time, our base year was 2017 and the future year was 2067. So you see the analysis for life loss for the without and with project conditions, or with the state system-wide investment approach. That's the with project condition. And this is typical for risk analysis. You're looking at without and with project conditions over your analysis period. For the Sacramento Basin, we included 2007 because there were several projects implemented for the Early Implementation Program, or EIP. So we kind of wanted to go back before that was implemented to capture the effects of that program. So that's what you see going down from 2007 to 2017, but just for the Sacramento Basin. One thing you may notice is that for the with project conditions for the base year 2017, that line actually starts lower than the without project line, which may seem a little bizarre, but what we did there is we did not assume any structural projects could be implemented that quickly, but we did assume that enhancements to flood warning systems could be implemented quickly, and thus we analyzed reductions occurring quickly, reductions in annual life loss, for that type of project. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so kind of moving on now to the 2022 update and the inputs we're using and how they might differ from what we did in 2017. Going to those risk assessment components for hazard, the in-channel volume frequency, stage flow relationships, the exterior-interior relationships, and by that we mean the channel to the floodplain relationships. The channel is exterior and the floodplain's interior. We're using the same information as we developed in 2017, except we're updating for future year climate change uncertainty. I've shown that in red. This is a critical element we're going to talk about, so we'll talk about that in a couple of minutes. Performance, our levee performance functions, our flood warning system effectiveness information. We're using the same information as we did for the 2017 analysis. However, we are reviewing both of these to see if there's any significant changes we may need to make. But we expect that most of this information will probably remain the same. For exposure, the structure inventory is now based on 2019 land vision parcel data. This is a very significant change. We will come back to this. Vehicles and population are based on 2010 U.S. Census information with updates provided by P-Census and other sources. So, of course, the 2020 census is going on right now, but we will not be able to use that information, unfortunately. Vulnerability, the depth percent damage functions and the depth percent mortality functions, using the same functions as we used in 2017. These are your standard core functions. Our crop damage per acre estimates were updating from 2017 based on recent crop budget information. Okay, next slide, please. So the next two slides, we're going to be kind of a direct comparison of what we did in 2017 versus 2022. The analysis years for 2017 included 2007, the pre-EIP analysis. 2017 was the base year, and 2067 was the future year. For the 2022 analysis, we're looking at 2022 and 2072. So obviously we have different years. The impact areas are the same, no changes there. The damage categories are the same. Now by damage categories, what I mean is In FDA, you specify categories that you're analyzing. For example, structures. And within structures, it could be residential, commercial, industrial, public. In addition to structures, we have crops, and vehicles, and business loss, and emergency costs, and life loss. So all those damage categories are the same. As for the number of structures, you'll see a significant difference here for both basins. We have almost 83,000 additional structures. So there's a significant difference here. I'll get into the reason for that in a minute. Crop acres have also gone up. I was a little surprised by this at first, but the more I thought about it, that makes sense. But we're reviewing this right now to determine what the causes of that might be. My suspicion is it's more vineyards and deciduous crops, but again, we are looking at this to try to determine what is the difference there, why that went up. Okay, next slide, please. So continuing with the comparison for population, we have about 70,000 more people in both basins than we used for the 2017 analysis. We do account for future growth in both analysis. In FDA, you can go in and specify structure inventory for the future year. We have not done that, but what we're using is projections of population over the analysis period and developing growth factors. For example, if an impact area were to grow by double the population over a 50-year period, then what we would do is multiply the expected annual damage or the expected annual life loss by those growth factors to get an estimate for the future year, in this case 2072. For 2017, we used information from the Department of Finance as well as from the 2013 California Water Plan. This time around, we just have information from finance. The current water plan, we don't have information from that yet to use, so we're relying on Department of Finance. For the flood damage models, we're using FDA for both analyses. There's no difference there. For the life loss models, we're using FDA again for both analyses. However, for 2022, we're incorporating HEC Life Sim for the life loss analysis. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so these are the key enhancements I kind of mentioned earlier, the ones that were shown in red. Climate change. For 2017, we did the risk analysis using a median climate change projection. But for 2022, we're using a plausible range of scenarios for climate change, median driest and wettest. We discussed this in quite a bit of detail at the board's February workshop, if you remember. And we intend to use these scenarios and do the risk analysis for the different scenarios. The climate change analysis update will also feature 2 watershed studies, Tuolumne and Merced River watersheds, using decision scaling approaches. These studies will supplement what is learned from the flood risk analysis update and move towards broader application of decision scaling in future updates to the CVFPB as resources allow. So we will be incorporating scenarios for climate change. We had a lot of discussion on this, and we had some discussion with Joe and Brian a couple of weeks earlier, and I think this discussion will continue. Okay, regarding structure inventory, when we did the 2017 risk analysis, we used a structure inventory that was based on 2010 parcel information. So it's quite dated by now. And so updating the structure inventory was near the top of our list for this analysis. So we have acquired, the department has access to land vision parcel data, which they get quarterly updates. So we're using full 2019 land vision parcel data for this analysis. HEC is helping us in this endeavor. Since we have a statewide parcel data, they are preparing a statewide structure inventory that we could use for the CVFPB or for other DWR programs. So this will be the first time we'll have a statewide structure inventory. We're quite excited about this. There are some time crunches when that might be ready. So we're also having our consultant team prepare a structure inventory using the same land vision personal information, but for the 12 counties for the CVFPB. And we'll probably have to go with that because we'll probably have that sooner available than the HEC inventory. But again, it's a significant update. Okay, the last enhancement comes down to life loss analysis. Of course, life loss is really a priority for the state to be able to analyze this the best we can. For 2017, what we did was we estimated persons per structure, per residential structure, based on information from our demographers. We took that information and we adjusted it. We adjusted it for warning times in the impact areas and flood warning system effectiveness. So basically, we reduced the persons per structure based upon that type of information. So essentially, what we did in 2017 was we replaced residential dollar values in the inventory with residential persons per structure, adjusted persons per structure. And we also replaced death damage functions with death mortality functions and ran FDA to come up with expected annual life loss. So that's within 2017. We're going to do the same for 2022. However, since 2017, the Corps has developed a new program, LifeSim, that its function is to do life loss analysis, and it simulates using GIS analysis. It simulates the flood arrival times, the warning dissemination, the population response, and the flood event life loss. So it's a very significant improvement here in how to do the analysis. So we would like to use LifeSim for all of our impact areas, but given the time involved and the resources, money resources to do that, we can't do that, but we're going to use it for the urban and small community impact areas. It's about 30. And essentially what we do, we run LifeSim, we get stage life loss relationships, we import those into FDA, then we still run FDA to get the expected annual life loss. So we're still using FDA, but we're making a significant improvement in how we do the life loss analysis, at least for the urban and small community impact areas. And by so doing, we'll be more in aligned with how the Corps does its life loss analysis. So significant improvement here. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, looking ahead, how are we going to show our results? So this again is the results from 2017, but since we're now looking at plausible range scenarios for climate change, we will showing those in the band using bands similar to what you're seeing on the screen there, from driest to wettest and including the median. So this is the type of graphic we'll be using to show our results. Okay, next slide. So with that, that concludes the presentation on the risk analysis, and I'll turn it back over to Mary as to where we're going.
Thank you very much, Steve. I'll just present this slide on where we're going and leave time for questions at the end. So as mentioned last month, we are close to completing our regional flood management planning contracts with the six regions this summer. So as that occurs, engagement will increase there. We are also looking forward to discussing more about the system-wide efforts in the CVFPB. As a reminder, those are the large-scale multi-benefit efforts that are proceeding in areas like Paradise Cut and Yola Bypass. So we look forward to digging into the progress on those efforts through engagement as well as part of demonstrating progress in the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update. With that, next slide, please. I will move on and open it up to questions.
Okay, at this point, we're ready for questions.
I have a question, Bill.
Joe?
The last slide that they had, the conceptual picture results slide, and the explanation of why the green line is lower than the blue line was that was subject to early implementation, right? The enhanced flood response. Did it happen? Has it happened?
Has it happened?
Because if it has, then that blue line should be going all the way down to the green line, right?
We are going through, That's a good question. Right now, we're going through a list of the projects we assume are in the without project condition. We do this every time we do a risk analysis. So that includes structural projects, and that would include enhancements to the flood warning systems. In fact, we have a meeting Monday with Cindy Matthews and others to discuss this issue. What changes have happened since we've done 2017? So this is just all conceptual at this point. I'm using the 2017 results. They're all going to change, but that's a good question because we are going through the list of structural and non-structural projects that we're including in the without project condition.
Yeah, because I think there has been work done on early warning stuff. So, okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Joe, is there any other questions you have at this point?
No, not me.
Okay. We're going to, I need to get a sense of the board as we go along in this review of the risk analysis. My comments to Mary were that we need to keep the board up to speed on how these results are coming about and how they're transitioning from what we had in the 2017 update into 2022. And so we'll probably get, every few months we'll be getting an update on where we're going in this particular area and of course in other areas of the plan update. But this is a critical factor, and I'm assuming I'm reading the board correctly, and that's what you would like to have. So if you don't, then talk to Leslie and we can quit bothering you with this. But it seems to me the more transparency we get on these technical features and how they get to these numbers, the better off we're going to be in the long run.
Bill, I would absolutely agree with that. I mean, that's why I started with that slide at the very beginning. We want to be explicit from the beginning and as we work through the process. And that's our goal is to work with the board and the staff and with stakeholders so that by the time we get to the end, everybody has a pretty good understanding of how we got there.
That's great, Steve. That's exactly what I would like to see done. And I think Mary has that message also. And so if any of the board want to chime in on that, please let us know. Leslie, are there any other board comments at this point?
I don't have anything in my text, Mr. President.
President Edgar, I saw that it seems like Scott Shapiro might have a comment.
Okay, we'll go to members of the public. Scott?
Good morning, Bill and members of the board. Thanks for the chance to provide a comment. I really found this conceptual future results slide interesting. As someone who works in both the Sacramento River Basin and the San Joaquin River Basin, the differences in the graphs, both with and without the God, my glasses are so old, I can't even see the initial SSIA is really interesting. In the Sacramento River Basin, it looks like whether we had implemented or didn't, we would continue to have increased loss of life or increased risk, although admittedly the risk is much lower with the SSIA. And fortunately, we've done a lot of work to achieve that. In the San Joaquin River Basin, it's just interesting that the pattern is different, that without the SSIA, the risk grows at a really fast rate. And with it, the risk actually goes down, as opposed to the Sacramento River, where it's still going up slightly. And I emphasize that just to say that the Sacramento Basin has really seen a significant influx of funding from the Army Corps of Engineers and from Prop 1E and the various EIP and UFR programs. And I think this also demonstrates the value of making sure that the San Joaquin River Basin has that same influx of resources over the next 15, 20 years, because you really see a significant benefit to loss of life risk, as well as to loss of property and obviously potential liability. So I found the comparison fascinating, and I really appreciate the work DWR is doing to help us better understand these risks.
Thank you, Scott. Any other people want to make comments, Ryan or Leslie?
I'll make one from the public.
I'll make another comment.
Joe?
One of the keys here is that people are going ahead designing and constructing projects during this period. In other words, they're not waiting until 2022 to construct projects. So the thing is that, and I asked Mary about this, there seems to be some uncertainty about if the hydrology is adequate or not. And I had asked her that normally the hydrology is the first thing that's done, so then projects can be designed. You can't be designing a project while the hydrology is changing. So, and I think this is going to be especially true or needed in the San Joaquin Basin. When we're trying to protect Stockton and Lathrop areas in there, we need to have some sort of agreement or assurance that the hydrology that's been done, I think the state paid $10 million to the Corps to have this hydrology created, I guess is the word. So I'm just making this comment that we need to kind of tie down, I believe, this hydrology aspect is people are going ahead and designing and starting construction on projects.
Mr. President, I also have Tim Ramirez wanting to make a comment.
Thanks, Leslie. I had the same reaction that Scott did. And I was going to ask about two things, and Joe touched on the first, which is the hydrology. And the second, and these are both, I guess, open questions that we can sort of peel back the layers over time as we go further on, is about the population and the assumptions made, because there are less people in some places in the San Joaquin Valley, and I'm just wondering about the ability to traditionally solve problems like we're doing more of on the Sacramento side versus the San Joaquin side, where we have an opportunity, where there's room, but not people living behind levees. And I'm wondering about the assumptions that were made about where the money was going to come from to support the SSIA in the future. Because in some of those places where there's opportunities, there's not the same traditional source of revenue to make some of those improvements. So it is interesting to look at the change and the difference between the two sides, the Sacramento and the San Joaquin. Maybe it's something that we can talk more about. And I agree, Bill, this is a good thing for us to keep on our radar as we move along here, so we can tease some of these things out and just be really conscious about what the implications are of investments that we're going to be making. I appreciate the work. I think it generates a lot of good discussion.
You're on mute.
How that happened. Joe, going back to your comments about people proceeding with projects without us really deciding on hydrology here, it seems to me that unless you establish a moratorium, and I don't think that's in the cards at this point, but I think what we need to do is emphasize projects have to anticipate worst case scenarios. That is, if we're talking about building levees, you would build levees with foundations that could be expanded later, and things like that. In other words, build in resiliencies to these future worst case situations. And I think that's the only thing we can do on some of these projects because they're going to go ahead anyway. And I know that's what SJAFCA is intending to do with some of their projects that are proceeding immediately. With regard to Tim's comment, it seems to me then the question is, if we have the opportunity not to have populations behind levees and essentially allow the valley to go back to some sense of normalcy, in terms of what it used to be, we ought to be prepared to buy that property. And maybe, that's an alternative decision rather than building infrastructure. We simply go and buy the property. But that's a resource issue also. And so there are a lot of policy issues that demand a thoughtful debate as we go along. But I think the bottom line, as we see projects, particularly in the San Joaquin, where there are opportunities, we need to advance the idea to our stakeholders that we want to see some alternatives here, rather than the normal alternatives that we plan for example, in the Sacramento Valley. So it's an interesting discussion. I really believe this really, forces us into some of these policy dilemmas that we're going to be facing in this update. Anything else? Okay. Do you see anything, Leslie or Ryan?
I don't have any other board members, Mr. President.
Okay.
I see from the public that Rick Reinhardt has a comment.
Oh, okay. Rick?
Good morning, President Egger, members of the board. We've talked about this in the past. This is one of the comments the Flood Control Association had made on the 2017 plan, that we really need to be, we're hoping that we're looking at alternatives of what it would take to contain the hydrology with climate change. That I agree with Joe's point that we need to be taking this into consideration as projects are built, but the reality is it's so extreme that it's not something you can look at for a single reclamation district and try to manage. And so understanding what is the vision. So in the Sac Valley, I think we've got a very defined vision of how we expand the system to contain larger flood events and adapt to climate change. I don't see that same level of detail for the San Joaquin. And so while I absolutely agree with your comment, President Edgar, about building in the resiliency into the design, I think we need a better vision of where we're going with the system improvements and what can we get out of those system improvements, and then what's going to be left for the districts to deal with on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Any other comments?
I don't see any, President Edgar.
Okay, let's move on then to item 8C. And under the Small Community Flood Risk Reduction Program, Michael Mirswa is going to provide us with a update of the Small Community Flood Risk Reduction Program. And as I said earlier, DWR has awarded $28 million of leftover Prop 1E funds to 3 different communities to improve flood protection. So, Michael, I'll leave the floor to you.
Excellent. Well, good morning, President Enger, members of the board. My name is Michael Mirswa. I am the State Floodplain Manager with the Office of Floodplain Management in the Division of Flood Management at DWR. It's my pleasure to be back here again. Are you guys able to hear me okay? I'm hoping.
Yes, it sounds good.
Perfect. Yeah, you never know. That's one of the challenges of, I guess, mid-21st century COVID environment here. Well, today I'm going to be talking about the Small Community Flood Risk Reduction Program. Really, my context is coming here is that we're about to have our final funding awards for phase 2 of the construction projects. However, knowing that there's been a lot of turnover with board staff, with DWR staff, and a lot of our local partners, I wanted to also talk a little bit in my presentation about why we have a small community flood risk reduction program in the first place. So I'm going to take a little while before I get to just the phase 2 funding awards. I wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to really sell my enthusiasm for this particular program and highlight where we could be going in the future with this as well. On this first slide here, for those of you who didn't experience the 1997 floods here in the Central Valley, this is a picture of Franklin, California, which is just outside of the Delta, south of Sacramento and Elk Grove, on January 3rd, 1997. And we're looking at an inundated farm area out here. And the reason I brought this particular photo up here is when we have flooding, since we spend so much time and energy protecting our urban areas, and we have large flood events, the water has to go somewhere. And traditionally where it's going is into the non-urban areas, which include important agricultural industry activities like this farm, as well as our small communities. And this picture would have been something that would have been replicated up and down the Sacramento and San Joaquin valleys in 1997, where we had multiple breaches of our levees and inundations of literally thousands of acres of prime farmland. Ryan, if you could go to the next slide, please. So the need for having protections for small communities. In response to the 1997 floods, Governor Wilson issued his executive order W-14197, which established the Flood Emergency Action Team. This group, which we refer to as FEET, put together 2 reports, which I still say today are seminal reports, and really became part of the genesis for not only this small community flood risk reduction program, but also the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan itself. In these reports, there was an initial set of recommendations that this cross-agency team issued within 30 days, and then a final report that came out 120 days from the executive order being issued that assessed the damages and talked about a series of comprehensive long-term recommendations. And I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the programs that came out of the initial actions. First, there was a request to have accelerated payment of state funds. There was establishment of a state pump out program where a lot of these inundated areas did benefit from that. Cal OES, it was just the Office of Emergency Services at the time, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, worked together to coordinate the reimbursements for both individuals and communities. There was requests to improve our telemetry and forecasting. There was a creation of a new DWR levee rehabilitation unit. That unit still exists in some form today. There was a request for Cal OES to go through and have workshops, which have become today's preseason meetings, which will be starting to be scheduled here in August, September, and October. And then DWR, of course, was tasked to go through and provide technical assistance for local agencies. And then the last item out there was a recognition that a lot of the areas that were impacted by the 97 floods needed to basically repopulate and re-stimulate their economies. And so there was a trade and commerce tourism campaign that was in the immediate actions out of the FEET report. Ryan, if you could go to our third slide, please. What you're looking at here is a graphic from that FEET report that basically for the Sacramento Valley gives you an extent of the area that was actually impacted by the flooding there. It's not the complete flood extent, but it does give you a sense of where that is. And it's an older graphic, but I would call attention to the fact that most of this is happening within the non-urban areas, exactly the areas where our small communities lie. And I wanted to just highlight some of the damages that occurred in 1997. There was over $2 billion estimated in 1997. $1 billion of that was distributed to public facilities. There were over $300 million in direct agricultural losses. There were over 300 square miles that were inundated here in the Central Valley. The greatest losses were in the Central Valley. I think I had glossed over this in my earlier slide. It was, I believe, around 48 or so of the 58 counties were impacted by flooding in 97. And then there were over 24,000 homes that were damaged or destroyed. However, only 6% of those properties had flood insurance. So that was definitely a long-term economic hardship for the remaining 94% of those homeowners. And there were over 10,000 small businesses that were impacted that requested small business loans. And the indirect loss is something that Steve Cowden has taught me about. Were estimated at the time of being over $300 million, including the loss of revenue for people traveling from out of state to Yosemite National Park. But this really gives us a sense that when there's flooding that's happening out here, it's not just the urban areas and the hard infrastructure that's impacted, but it is our public facilities, our highways, our farms, our national parks, our state park systems, and of course, the individuals who live within these inundated areas. Ryan, if you could go to the next slide. I would be remiss not to go through and talk about some of the long-term recommendations that came out of the Flood Emergency Action Team FEAT report. A lot of these actually influenced us in the 2012 and 2017 flood plans, and I'll talk about that. But it was to go through and improve the emergency response. You just saw in Steve and Mary's presentation an example of the effectiveness of that when looking at the life loss estimates for the Sacramento and San Joaquin valleys, emphasizing floodplain management, recognizing that large areas that were inundated were undeveloped at the time. However, Steve had a very interesting slide in his CVFPB analysis that showed that there's some estimate of 82,000 new structures within our flood impact zones out here. I did a little back of the envelope calculation. If you assume that the average price of those houses is about $500,000, there's an additional $41 billion of property now within our area that is exposed to flooding. That scared me. Complete flood risk reduction projects. So in 1997, there was a drive for us to move faster on actually building projects and increasing our funding for operations and maintenance, a discussion that we've had over and over again. The FEAT report was very specific in which projects it recommended in 1997. They looked at the projects that were out there and then gave to the governor a specific list and detailed description of each of those projects, and then concluded their report with a drive for us having new studies, investigations, and acknowledging the importance of university research to refine our tools and ability to prioritize our investments. Some key outcomes of this was, of course, the Army Corps of Engineers Sacramento San Joaquin Comprehensive Study, which did lead to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan that we worked on here and led at the state. We really leveraged a lot of the tools and information that came out of our experiences from 1997. Next slide, Ryan. Perfect. I've shared this slide before with you, but it is a slide that when I'm talking to my counterparts at FEMA and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, they really encourage me to bring out to the California public. And that is when we go through and buy down risk, one of the key findings and recommendations of the FEAT team was to actually implement a comprehensive approach to flood risk reduction. In this graphic, you can think of having a high level of risk, and you take a comprehensive set of different activities, which are illustrated in the graphic, to step down or buy down your risk to where you get to a area in green, which we call a residual risk, which we must continue to manage and be vigilant for at all times. An important part of the FEAT report, and something that I'm a champion for, is understanding that all of us, local entities, state entities, federal entities, all have a shared responsibility in actually implementing all of these actions collectively. Now, there is a tendency for agencies to focus in on one area or to shift their focus over time on one area, but it's pretty well understood with flood risk managers that the comprehensive approach is the most resilient approach out there. And one of the things that we put into the Small Community Flood Risk Reduction Program was the opportunity for small communities to investigate and implement any of these actions, with a few exceptions where we felt that there were other programs that DWR had that were dedicated solely to some of those actions. But it's this comprehensive approach I'd like you to keep in mind as we talk about the Small Community Program. Ryan, if you could go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to talk more about the timeline for our Small Community Program. It has been a long time in coming. The Small Community Flood Risk Reduction Program was one of the recommendations, as President Egger, you had noted in your introduction today, with the 2012 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, which you adopted. In 2015, DWR did take $50 million from Proposition 1E, which was voted and approved by California voters back in 2006. And really came online in 2007. We had $50 million. In 2016, we opened the solicitation for a phase 1 small community flood risk reduction program to develop feasibility studies. I'll talk more about that in a minute. In 2017, the update of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan in 2017 estimated over $2 billion of need for basically flood risk reduction projects in Central Valley small communities, and I'll talk more about that. And later in 2017, we actually awarded the funding to 35 communities to begin the first phase of developing plans of action for projects. In late 2019, the department actually opened up for solicitation a phase 2 funding period, which was rushed. It was then closed in early February of 2020. And I will share the recipients of the phase 2 funding, and this will complete and close out the $50 million of small community funding that was available to us at this time. But I would like to emphasize that $50 million is a drop in the bucket for a $2 billion need that was identified through the 2017 flood plan. Ryan, if you could go to the next slide, please. A little bit more background into the Small Community Flood Risk Reduction Program. I had noted that it was created following the adoption of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan in 2012. You're looking at a map from the 2012 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Specifically in section 3.3 on page 3.9, you can see that we describe that small communities actually have 3 areas where they can have benefits to provide protection to them. First, the system improvements do provide some benefits to existing small communities. Second, small communities that are fortunate enough to be adjacent to an urban area have the opportunity through the urban area flood risk reduction projects to achieve some benefits. And then finally, the flood plan recommended that the state fund and create a small community program dedicated for all small communities. And that is where we set aside the $50 million of Proposition 1E. Ryan, if you could go to the next slide, please. When we get into the definition of small communities, first of all, I don't have this in the slides, but we refer to small communities as being any community that is less than 10,000 people and does not intend to urbanize. And the reason this is significant within the Central Valley is, as you are aware, we have a separate standard for urban communities of achieving a 200-year level of protection. So if a small community were to get to 10,000 with a 100-year level of flood protection, once they got 10,001 people, they would then have a problem and challenge in that they would have to achieve a 200-year level protection. So we did not want to create an incentive for these small communities to become new urban communities, recognizing that this cycle would be very difficult to combat. On the lower end, there were discussions. Depending what documents you go to, you can see that the lower threshold for small communities around 2012 was referred to either as 200 people or 500 people. The key theme out there, and something that I've adopted, is looking at population density. So recognizing that where you do have these clusters of exposure, that there are essential services that these small communities provide in the Central Valley, and making the most effective use of our actions and dollars, really you need to look at the population density out there to define a small community versus a rural area. Some of the things that we talked about in the 2012 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan was looking at population, the likelihood of flooding, the depth of flooding was a key parameter from 2012. This is where the references to deep floodplains, which date back to the U.S. Interagency Task Force on Flood Management, hail back to. The proximity to the source of flooding, which is an issue that'll be coming up with FEMA that I'll probably be briefing you on next year. And the ability to incorporate multi-benefit features was a parameter of the 2012 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. I find it interesting that in 2012, we had identified, using these parameters, 27 communities that were protected by the State Plan of Flood Control System. Our number has since increased. In other words, we relaxed some of these parameters and allowed more communities in there, recognizing that, one, they'll grow, and that the flood risk and information, as Steve had pointed out, is subject to change over time. Brian, if you could go to the next slide, please. So the evaluation highlights within the 2012 plan, we wanted to provide up to 100-year level flood protection for small communities. And that's a key phrase out there. Obviously, communities are driven by the National Flood Insurance Program to achieve 100-year level flood protection, so they can change the special flood hazard area designation for their communities to eliminate flood insurance. But there are a few examples where communities are willing to achieve an incremental benefit in flood risk reduction. Hamilton City is one such example. And part of the reason they weren't achieving a 100-year level flood protection is Tehama County is not a participating county in the National Flood Insurance Program, so they didn't have a 100-year driver on them, but they were interested in a true risk-based solution. We did have the goal of reducing the annual expected damages and losses to small communities. We recognize the importance of the communities and providing viability to the agricultural residents and communities around there. These small communities are important hubs, not only for the agricultural community, but they also become our stopping points in a flood emergency for our flood fighters and our critical supplies. We wanted to preserve their development opportunities within specific boundaries without encouraging urbanization and urban development, that risk intensification I was talking about earlier. And we did want to improve their operations and maintenance as well as emergency response capabilities. And then finally, it's kind of a duplicate, but we said that when we would select projects, we would prioritize projects that do not promote the urbanization of rural or agricultural areas. We really want to present that. And I was happy to see in Steve's slide that there was actually more agricultural productivity found between our cycles of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Ryan, if you could go to the next slide, please. In 2017, we updated our information in the small community need. Particularly, we incorporated information coming from the regional flood management planning process. I really enjoyed the meet and greet I experienced when I was leading the flood plan in 2017. I learned a lot about the small community's needs and became an even stronger champion for the program based on our conversations here with the board members, as well as my meetings with the RFPs. That information was incorporated into our $2 billion need estimate. We did in the 2017 plan set a rolling 30-year planning horizon so that every 5-year update, we would update the need as well as show the progress and track that. I think going back to the previous presentation, we have the ability now to start talking about what we've effectively done for avoiding losses as well within that 30-year planning horizon, each 5-year increment. And another unique change in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan in 2017 that showed that we were really focusing on small communities is we changed how we characterize the types of investment actions we take. And specifically in Table 3.1 of the 2017 plan, we talked not only of system-wide urban and rural actions, but in bold you'll see there is now the term small community actions were segregated and separated so that we can specifically account for our success stories over time in protecting these unique areas and important parts of our flood system. The number of small communities increased, and as I had indicated earlier in Table 4.1 of the plan, and I'll show some of this, we had a $2 billion estimate of need in the next 30 years for these communities. Ryan, if you go to the next slide, please. So here is figure 4.3 from the 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Off on the right-hand side of the figure, I've highlighted a breakdown of what we were talking about that $2 billion need encompassed. It was for talking about levee repair and actual true infrastructure improvements, a lot of the slurry walls, armoring of the levees, as well as raising the levee heights. And that was about half of the need that was estimated in 2017 flood protection plan. And the other half of the need on the far right-hand side of that graphic is for levee setbacks, land acquisition, and habitat restoration. This is where you're beginning to see a lot of the floodplain management and multi-benefit features also recognized in the flood plan as a very successful way to mitigate not only the small community risk, but provide system benefits as well. And I thought it was interesting that this number was split evenly out of the $2 billion between the two areas. The sources of that information came not only from the regional flood management plans, but from our basin-wide feasibility studies that Eric Sy has briefed at the coordinating committee meetings recently, as well as the floodplain management efforts that I was leading back in 2014, 15, and 16 as we were working on this plan. Ryan, if you could go to the next slide, please. I'm going to focus now more on the small community program. Our first phase was to actually go through and undertake a number of feasibility studies that started 2016 and it's still ongoing. Our solicitation, as I indicated earlier, started in 2016. Our funding agreements were initiated in 2017 for 35 communities. So this is much more than the 27 we had identified in 2012. We did at DWR require the applicants in this first phase to have land use authority and to formally adopt the feasibility studies at some point. And the reason for this gets into the recognition that land use is an important part of managing the residual risk, and growing safely is a key component of floodplain management where this particular program resides. The studies also needed to include financing plans. It's information that the DWR and the Department of Finance needed to help us in basically prioritizing when we could get the next rounds of funding, which I'll talk about. And the communities were encouraged to consider both multi-benefit and non-structural solutions. This is something we've been talking a lot about for my entire lifetime, but I can't emphasize the resiliency and robustness of these solutions, and most importantly, their cost effectiveness. I'd at this point in time point out that there have been numerous federal studies that FEMA promulgates that point out that for every dollar spent in mitigation, there is a six-fold increase. $6 is saved in these mitigation measures, and it's usually through these low-cost, easy-to-implement non-structural solutions. And I'll give a really good example at the end of my presentation on one of those in California. We did have 5 communities that completed their studies at the by the February 3rd, 2020 deadline for us to proceed into phase 2. The total cost of phase 1, I don't have it on the slide, was $17.5 million. It's really a drop in the bucket for getting these communities thinking on the broad and difficult tasks we set them on. Next slide, please. This map shows you the location of the 35 communities for phase 1. You'll notice there's tiny red dots and some very small yellow squares. The small squares represent the 5 communities that were completed their phase 1 studies by February 3rd. The red dots are the remaining communities spread out through the Central Valley. And you'll see that more of those communities, and it's about 2/3, are sitting in the Sacramento Valley, and the remaining 1/3 are south of the Delta in the San Joaquin Valley. Important note here is that a lot of the studies that we've been reviewing at DWR, I think this is an effective use of planning. They dusted off old Army Corps of Engineers feasibility studies and incorporated the RF&P information when advocating for and preparing their phase 1 feasibility studies. So there is a cost savings that is there. I would caution, though, some of these Army Corps of Engineers studies are decades old. And as we all know, not only is our baseline information changing over time, but the federal and state policies and priorities on how we invest in programs and the types of actions we'd like to see also change over time, which help justify the need for going through this process of having feasibility studies that could take that current information and design better projects over time. Next slide, please. So now we're looking at the 3 communities that we are provisionally going to be awarding funds to. It might be as early as Monday or Tuesday. That process is currently going through. It's just an administrative process, but it is Knights Landing, Franklin Beechwood. This is a different community. It's not the one I showed, inundated down south of Sacramento. Franklin Beechwood is a disadvantaged community that is adjacent to the city of Merced. It's actually pretty dense, but it does count as a small community. And then the community of Grimes in Colusa County. And I'll show some photos of all 3 of these, but I wanted to talk a little bit about this slide for a minute. We awarded over $28 million as the state cost share for these 3 communities for design, land acquisition, and construction activities. The cost shares on each of those 3 parameters changed, so the state had the ability to go up to 100% on design costs, but we were required in our applications to make sure each of the projects actually had real tangible construction benefits and work activities associated with it. As you can see, all 3 communities had less than a 100-year level of flood protection as estimated by their own plans, and each of these projects will provide 100-year level of flood protection for the community. We had over 7,000 residents protected collectively with these communities. Some of them, like Franklin Beechwood, had population densities akin to that which we see in urban areas with over 6 people per acre. That's pretty significant. The number of flood policies in force, these are actually NFIP, National Flood Insurance Program policies. There are over 2,500 of these. So this will be a cost savings for these individuals who work with their floodplain managers. And then the most interesting columns here are the last two. Collectively, these three projects result in an annual savings of $24 million of annual expected damages, and the state cost share for what we're putting out is $28 million. So effectively, you can think of it as within just a couple of years, we will actually see a cost savings in going through in these projects. And one of the most challenging things, or perhaps one of the most frustrating things that was communicated to me in the 2017 flood plan process was the ability for small communities to actually pass a benefit cost ratio test. Whereas here you can see, just looking at the high level numbers, I don't have the probabilities, those annual expected damages, but just from a top down sort of accounting procedure there, it's clearly beneficial to go through and invest in projects for these small communities. And I have faith that the remaining $2 billion worth of projects will see similar numbers out there that'll be much closer to that 6-to-1 ratio that FEMA's been touting and talking about. Next slide, please. So I'm going to walk through briefly the three projects we have. Knights Landing is located in Yolo County. It offers recreational opportunities in particular project they envisioned. It's hard to see on this graphic. This particular project was leveraging a lot of the work that was investigated in the Army Corps' Mid-Valley project from years ago. Right off the Sacramento River, I can't exactly point to it, but in the upper half of the document, you'll start to see what looks like a tiny bow tie of red to the left, and then some blue dotted lines to the right. That area is an area that promotes some riparian habitat where there's a little setback levee there. And this project does protect an important state highway and key Sacramento River crossing that not only benefits Yolo County, but residents of the Sutter Basin as well. This is their evacuation zone. Next slide, please. Moving into Merced County, Franklin Beechwood, I was very excited to see this project out here. This particular project, even though it's a small community project, it actually provides protection to the entire city of Merced, protects state highways, promotes groundwater recharge, preserves agriculture, and there is a federal cost share with the National Resource Conservation Service here. So it's a larger cost project. Franklin Beechwood in your graphic here is located in a black area to the lower left-hand side of your graphic. The city of Merced is then adjacent to it, further to the right there, and it's that sort of the urban blob. And then what you'll see are 4 hatched areas where they're actually, through this project, doing upstream temporary off-peak detention basins. So literally on Black Rascal Creek, this is also a former Army Corps project sponsored by the Merced County Stream Group, or Merced Stream Group, sorry. This project takes water in flood events, allows it to inundate an agricultural area, which will promote groundwater recharge. And by reducing the flood peak, not only is Franklin Beechwood benefited, but also the city of Merced. I would highlight the other interesting thing about this particular community is when DWR originally prepared our levee flood protection zone maps and developing the 2017 flood plan, Franklin Beechwood was excluded from the original map, so it was not one of the original 27 communities. Later crept in there when Merced County pointed out to my team that there was actual real flooding that occurred in there. It was a modeling artifact where we had infinite height water, like a levee sitting on a canal there that really isn't. And we had to modify that and increase the levee flood protection zone, which made this community eligible for some of the Proposition 1E funding. The reason I highlighted is I wanted to stress to those who are local communities listening there, my team is always interested in your local expertise and experience. And if you find that there is an area where we show there is not flooding, it's very important for us to find out it is there, because it can lead to cost eligibility for you with the Department of Water Resources and our federal partners. And this is a sterling example of a community that took advantage of that and designed a multi-benefit project that has some system-wide benefits as well as urban and small community. Next slide, please. In Colusa County, the city of Grimes, they incorporated both non-structural and nature-based solutions to reduce erosion. So in the picture here, you can see Grimes on the Sacramento River. So it's the border of Sacramento and Sutter counties. Upstream of Grimes is the town of Meridian, which is an important stopping point where we had a massive flood fight that we had to provide a ring levee around in 1997 there on Highway 20. And then between Meridian and Grimes, there are some areas on the small insert you can see where we're doing, again, some setback levees and allowing the vegetation there to slow some of the peak floods as they come through. This particular location is just upstream of the Tisdale Weir. And for those of you familiar with the lower Sacramento Reach and River out there, as you get beyond the Tisdale Weir and bypass structure, the Sacramento River is very flow constrained, in part because it's backflow dominated by what's happening at the confluence, the Sutter bypass, the Yola bypass, and the Feather River. So it's a very complex hydrologic region. And the community here came up with a comprehensive solution that incorporates these nature-based features, slurry walls, and erosion protections that not only protect Grimes, but have additional benefits to the agricultural areas off to the side. And I will go on to the next slide. For future implementation activities, DWR will continue working with the remaining 32 phase 1 grantees to refine the feasibility studies. And I wanted to point out, it's obvious that this program is closing out the Proposition 1E funding, but there are other programs where communities can look to the department for potential funding. First, working with us in their through our system-wide improvements, particularly where we're going through and doing something in a flood system bypass. There's opportunities to document and show how that provides protection to your small communities. DWR's Urban Flood Risk Reduction Program. I gave an example of Franklin Beechwood, where the small community program had benefits for the urban community. Certainly there will be opportunities where an urban community can also protect a small community. The Regional Flood Management Planning Program is proceeding. So this is where we can help leverage some of the work that's done in the planning framework. And then this last program is a Proposition 68 Floodplain Management Program. We are formulating that here through the latter half of this year. It'll come out sometime in hopefully 2021. This program will be really designed to go through statewide and implement that comprehensive stair-step set of graphics that I'd indicated earlier. So look forward to that. I'm hoping to work with everybody in developing that floodplain management program over time. Next slide, please. I wanted to also go through and talk a little bit about some of the federal funding opportunities that exist out there. First, the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Hazard Mitigation Assistance Programs provide some funding, and I've talked to some of the members of small communities. The Hazard Mitigation Grant Program is going away. However, negotiations between FEMA and Cal OES have resulted in this summer a reopening of the hazard disaster declaration and funding opportunities associated with the campfires. FEMA and Cal OES consider any hazard mitigation to be eligible for these disasters. So there will be an opportunity for an additional $100 million of federal funding at a 75% 75% federal, 25% non-federal cost share. And obviously the small community program projects would be eligible there. And then in the future, FEMA is going to be having a program called Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities. And in this particular program, which will be the successor to the HMGP program, FEMA and Congress are hoping to get more money out to states to go through and implement any sort of hazard mitigation project, with the emphasis being that community scale, looking at things like our small communities. The Natural Resource Conservation Service is something that we do tap into from time to time here in California. In my dialogue with other floodplain managers in other states, that is a much more, it's an underutilized program here in California. Other states really tap into the NRCS, particularly within these non-urban areas. The Army Corps of Engineers, for those of you who have been following the Water Resources Development Act discussion and reauthorizations, they're having a focus more to also protect small communities. So they have not only their traditional floodplain management services, which can help small communities work on planning activities, but the Army Corps is starting to get more interested in implementation activities, and this is from interest from Congress. And then finally, the last bullet out here is something that the Army Corps helped clue me into, is in most states, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development offers community assistance block grants. And these are not limited to urban communities, it's any community in the United States. Just to put some numbers down there, the state of Texas got $14 billion of HUD money just several years ago related to some of the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey, and they used it for both planning and implementation projects. State of Louisiana got a little less than that. I believe it was somewhere on the order of like $4 to $5 billion. Sorry, but there's billions of dollars that are floating out there. The city of New York often taps into HUD money to go through and protect its boroughs. So it's an untapped resource that I'm sure our federal partners would be happy to put us in contact with the right people to start exploring that. And I'm certainly willing and interested in helping communities do that as well. Next slide. I had promised earlier that with our small communities that that there's a $2 billion need, and we recognize that $50 million is just a drop in the bucket. Within the 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan over the 30 years, we saw for every 10-year period that literally we'd see a doubling, sort of is the rule of thumb of the amount of money there, where around 2027, we were hoping we could get over $500 million, and somewhere between 800 million and the last $1 billion in 20 years from now. But the importance is recognizing that you have to have some progress on the ground and some plans before we can move into these large-scale construction activities that were from this graphic. But unfortunately, if we were thinking of this as like a fundraising bar, I don't think we could really see the $50 million on that first phase, the $250 million in the first 10 years. So we are definitely behind progress on this. Is something that I'll work with Mary's team as we update the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. We would expect that the forecasted numbers would increase a little bit, but we would show that we're a little behind the curve. So we'd have to be deferring some of the money into phases 2 and 3. And about to close up here, but this is in our conversations here, I wanted to bring back the draft water resilience portfolio. For those of you who aren't familiar with this, Governor Newsom in April of 2019 passed Executive Order N 2019, which directed state agencies to develop a water resilience portfolio based around 7 principles, but I'm going to mention 3 of them here, which was to seek multi-benefit solutions, to utilize natural functions of floodplains, and to strengthen partnerships. And that's really the core of what this small community program really is. When you look through the draft proposal, or the draft portfolio in Proposal 25, which was to help regions prepare for new flood patterns, there were 2 recommendations that really closely align with the Small Community Flood Risk Reduction Program. First, 25.5 was to augment financial assistance and expand state technical assistance for communities to update their local hazard mitigation plans and general plans to meet state adaptation requirements. And I'll talk more about that in my last slide. And then finally, this is really important. This is the real hope I hang our hat on, is 25.8 is to partner with federal, tribal, and local agencies to support small community flood risk reduction projects in vulnerable communities in the Central Valley and elsewhere. So it was very clear that the administration really is interested in seeing a success with these 3 projects. And with that success, we are hoping to continue to promote the need for future small community flood risk reduction funding opportunities through the Department of Water Resources. So my last substantive slide here, Ryan, if you could move to that. I think I might have got off track there. There's the one more. I forgot to tell you to turn the page. Okay. I wanted to first explain what we're looking at there. This is an artist rendition of a new building being built in the town of Yolo in Yolo County, which is north of Woodland off of I-5. And they bought a house, they're doubling it. And this is actually the Yolo County branch library for a small disadvantaged community here in Yolo. What's important about this is they're building this particular house above the base flood elevation. So they're being proactive. They're actually overbuilding the house. I think the actual specifications I saw most recently for this house to be a little bit even higher than the artist rendition puts out there. But the reason I put it out here is to be a little bit of an inspiration for us as we're thinking about floodplain management and things small communities can do. Is sometimes it's about raising the houses as opposed to getting into very expensive levee fixes. With that in mind, there are other uses for our feasibility studies. They are intended to be living documents and used for more than just this particular program. The first thing is we wanted to incorporate the study recommendations into local hazard mitigation plans. Every community, every public entity is required by federal law to update their local hazard mitigation plan every 5 years. Having a project identified in a local hazard mitigation plan is one of the requirements for some of the FEMA hazard mitigation assistance funding that I had mentioned earlier. So there's literally millions, really literally hundreds of millions of dollars that can be turned on by having a project identified through a crosswalk to a local hazard mitigation plan. Second is to initiate small non-structural actions that can result in the National Flood Insurance Program premium reductions via the community rating system. I wanted to advertise something here that a lot of people don't know is just this last month, the city of Menlo Park in the Bay Area, San Mateo County, just joined the community rating system. There were about 700 acres of land that the county dedicated into open space. And that was represented a quarter of the special flood hazard area within that county. And by doing so, FEMA granted that community over 344 CRS credit points. And what's significant about this, they did this under, at the bottom, the activity 420 credits. That combined with some other actions resulted in literally the city starting off as a class 8. So all property owners who carry a national flood insurance policy within FEMA literally have a 10% reduction on their insurance going into this. And so one of the things that we have not been taking credit for here in the Central Valley is when we go through and do our ecosystem projects is working with FEMA in crediting the open space requirements so that we can have a cost savings to these communities so they can have flood insurance at an affordable rate. The information from these plans also can be used to update the general plans. And then, of course, the plans I indicated earlier will roll into the RFPs. Hopefully, I'll be working with the communities to see that happens, as well as the next updated Survive Flood Protection Plan. And my last bullet point here today is that the small community projects actually should be working with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act groundwater sustainability plans. And I'll be talking about that more in depth at the coordinating committee that you'll be hosting in July. But there's an opportunity to actually seek funding and partnerships with water management agencies because our flood problem is actually a water supply opportunity. And I would encourage the small communities to enter that dialogue out there. And my team is posed both through the regional flood management plans and our administration of the National Flood Insurance Program to help facilitate some of those discussions throughout the Central Valley. With that, Ryan, you can go to my next slide. It's just my contact information. I'm obviously very excited not only about the 3 projects that we have out here, but really about the future opportunities that the small community program continues to represent here in the Central Valley and statewide. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions from the board members?
This is Jane Dolan. My hand's up. I'm sure Ryan will tell you that.
Okay.
Do I understand correctly that 35 small communities received funding to do feasibility plans? And if that's correct, are there 35 feasibility plans completed?
That is correct, Jane. Board member Dolan. Sorry, it's just.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's
yes, it's fine.
Okay,
I have 4 more questions. So.
Great. Yeah, it is correct. There are 35 communities. Not all of those plans are completed, however, so they do have plans in the works. And as those come in, we're working and reading through those.
Okay, well, that was my next question. If they are not completed, do they get to retain the funds they received to complete them, or are the funds cut off at some point?
They get to retain the funds. You know, the value of the plans really is in the planning itself, bringing the stakeholders, the communities together, outlining their options. So at some point, there'll be a draft plan that'll be submitted and shared with my team. To me, that is a completion of what is needed to happen. Now, I had earlier indicated that these plans need to eventually be adopted or formalized by the land use authority for them to be official. But I will actually quote you as perfect is the enemy of good. In this case, the plans are quite good. I'd hate to see that adoption process prevent us from being able to collectively use those plans for all the other activities that I described at the end of my presentation.
Thank you. I'm aware of a couple of them as to why they have not been fully adopted, so I'll talk with you about that at some point. So as I understand, there were 5 submittals for this phase for projects, and 3 were awarded funds. what happens to the other two?
I've had dialogues with the leaders, the project sponsors on those. Unfortunately, there was only $28 million of Proposition 1E funds for these projects total. And we received in one of the projects over $50 million of costs. So even that project alone wouldn't have been completed had we funded that one. So there was literally too much demand. Moving into what some of the next steps are is one, they have to look at some of those other program fundings, like the Prop 68 floodplain management funding that's coming along is one possible source. FEMA has a mitigation grant program. There might be some ability to take a portion of that project or all of it and work with FEMA and Cal OES through that process. When the BRIC program, the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program, comes online, they could work with FEMA and Cal OES and my team again to seek that. Other solutions are going to be much more longer in the horizon for them to go through and implement those projects. So it's unfortunately not the happiest of stories or answers.
That generally is the case. We do know that there's the need is in excess of existing dollars. Will your program or something else in the organizational chart of DWR continue to provide assistance to these small communities to finish their plans and to seek funding for what their plans call for protection? Or is it just kind of like, here's other things for you to look at on your own?
It's
Sorry,
a little
that sounds harsh.
No, that's, I think, well, it's what the point of our dialogue here is to put it out for everybody to hear these discussions dialogue. So I appreciate the questions. And it's a little of both. The funding for the program itself expired with Proposition 1E. So you're looking at a very poor person now, me, or a program manager, I should say. I just don't have a lot of funds. However, I do have in my office as a state floodplain manager and some general funds that come every year, which part of our Water Code Authority is to just generally provide technical assistance to anybody in the state that is wanting to go through and work and update the flood element of their local hazard mitigation plan or general plan. It's part of the reason I advertised it. Is it's kind of code is if you touch those, then you can tap into my staff and we can help you through those efforts. And then there is funding for the regional flood management planning process. We did work to put some additional funds in the RFPs for the two communities that were not selected with this round. So those program managers know that those communities should be aware that we gave some additional funds through the RFP contracts specifically so that they could go through and seek those other funding opportunities in coordination with us to make those projects reality. So where I have flexibility, I do try to exercise that.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, and thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Ryan or Leslie, do you see anything?
I don't have anything else from the board, Mr. President.
Anything from the public?
Nothing from the public.
Okay, what I'd like to do is call a lunch break and come back at 12:30, Ryan. We could post a sign and come back at 12:30.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, but it's, oh, yeah, but I don't know. Oh, okay. And see, same thing. If it's not red, right.
Somebody's got their vocals on.
Oh, can you hear me? This is Sandy Maxwell. We're trying to test to make sure my presentation will go.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. President. I think Ryan's going to be ready to start here for you in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, it's 12:30, Ryan. We're back at it, and we're up.
No, it's not.
Okay, Sandy, thank you for waiting for us. We'll take your item up now. This is the item 8D, Delta Levy Maintenance Subventions Program. And Sandy Maxwell is in the statewide MBI branch and will be asking the board for approval of the normal subventions program funding for 2021, as well as the approval of the 2018-19 reimbursement summary. So Sandy, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Just making sure, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So good morning, Board President, or I guess it's good afternoon now since it's after lunch. Good afternoon, Board President and members of the board. My name is Sandy Maxwell, and I'm with the Delta Levy Subventions Program. And I guess I have a slideshow. So there it is. We're on slide 2. Why are we here today? There we go. So I'm here today to update you on the Delta Levy Subventions Program and to share with you some of the important work that we do or that we fund every year. I'm also here to ask your approval and recommend approval of the subventions fiscal year 2018-19 estimated reimbursements and recommend approval of the 2020-21 funding plan for $12 million. So in these uncertain times, it is more important than ever to take care of the things that protect us, such as the levees in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. For nearly 50 years, the Delta Levy Subventions Program has provided support to local levee maintaining agencies. We provide support so that they can maintain their levees, protect habitat, wildlife, water quality, water supply, and to reduce the risk of flooding in the Delta. Much of the state's economy depends on the Delta for conveyance and for protecting water quality and water supply. The water that flows through the Delta serves the needs of some 27 million Californians and provides irrigation water for more than 3 million acres of agricultural land. Levee failures in the Delta can affect farmland, important infrastructure, and the latest water supply projects in California. These same levees also protect habitat, wildlife, local and legacy communities. The goal of the subventions program, as explained in the Water Code, is to preserve the physical characteristics of the Delta, essentially in its present form, while at the same time ensuring no net loss of habitat. To do this, the subventions program works closely with the LMAs to provide funding for maintenance, rehabilitation, and emergency response. This chart shows the millions of dollars we spend annually by both the LMAs and the Delta Levy Subventions Program. Over $220 million of state funds have been provided to local agencies since the program began in 1973. The importance of this investment is demonstrated every day. The Delta's levees handle tidal fluctuation, changing weather conditions, excess and unwanted vegetation growth, burrowing animals, and trespassers. We are currently reimbursing fiscal year 2018-19. The program received 72 final claims for $11.3 million. The subventions program will provide an estimated reimbursement of $7.8 million to local agencies this year. Maintenance activities completed during fiscal year 18-19 include vegetation and rodent control, ditch clearing, riprap placement, erosion repair, as well as debris removal and repairs related to trespassers. Today, the LMAs are actively maintaining their levees, mowing, spraying, rocking the levee slopes, and clearing ditches. The work the LMAs began in July of 2019 and will complete by June 30th of this year will be included in their final claims and submitted to the subventions program in November to begin the reimbursement process. In April of this year, the subventions program received 73 applications for fiscal year 2021, requesting maintenance funding for over 800 miles of levees in the Delta. The subventions program, in coordination with the LMAs, developed the fiscal year 2021 funding plan in the amount of $12 million. Because the Delta is so important to California, the state, through the subventions program, provides this annual investment for the Delta's levees to ensure the integrity of the levee system while protecting and preserving California's water supply. It is important work that the board, the local levee maintaining agencies, and DWR do together through the subventions program that helps to care for and maintain and protect the levees in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. According to the Water Code, and because Californians rely on the water that passes through the Delta, the subventions program recommends the board approve the 2018-19 estimated reimbursements and the $12 million funding plan for fiscal year 2021. So this concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Do we see any questions, Leslie or Ryan?
From the board at this time, Mr. President.
I don't see anything from the public.
Okay, the action.
Ryan, Ryan, this is Chris Newdeck with Kelson Cynic and Newdeck.
Hi, Chris.
Just very briefly, I apologize. I tried to send a note to Ryan, but I know it's difficult in that chat room. I just wanted to thank Sandy and her staff for managing this program as well as they do. You know, our firm, Kelson Cynic and Newdeck, and other firms like MBK generally speak for the majority of the reclamation districts and LMAs in this program, and how important it is to continue to operate and maintain these levees at the level that we have and the level that we continue to maintain them at is really prevented virtually any, I guess you would call it, devastating flood event since the early 80s, once the program really got on its feet. So we rely heavily upon this. It's I know that Tim had a comment one time when I called this budget dust, $12 million, but we really parlay the $12 million very well in this reimbursement program to do some substantial work within the Delta region. And I think with its continued success, and we hope that there's money left in the proposition, we're debating that right now with the department to continue this well into the future. So thank you very much, and hopefully the board will endorse this budget line item. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
at this time, I do have a request from Board Member Valines.
Okay, Mike?
Thanks, Bill. And Chris, thanks for making those comments. I just wanted to make the same comment. Sandra and her team do a great job of keeping us posted through the year, pulling us together so we know what's happening. And Joe and I always have a good, feeling for what's going on. And it really is a great program that offers a lot of benefit. Always wish there was more money. Wish we could get it to where it wasn't budget dust, but we'll take what we can get. And we're grateful for all the hard work.
Okay, thanks, Mike. And that's one thing I wanted to make sure of is that the committee, you and Joe are recommending approval of today's program, correct?
Yes, I am. I would make the motion.
Okay. Okay, the one question I had, this is a reimbursement program, Sandy. Where do the LMAs get the cash to upfront their original cost before they're reimbursed?
You know, I'm not exactly sure where they get all their money, but the program, because it's a reimbursement program and has been going on year after year after year, when they get their check for the reimbursement, they do the work for the next year. So it's really important that we try to get those checks out early, so during the construction season they have the money, and then they get money elsewhere through other avenues, I'm sure.
Okay.
This is Chris Newdeck. If you'd like, I can speak to that issue.
Okay, that'd be good, Chris, please.
Very briefly, these are public agencies, formed under the political subdivision. So they're all public, the majority are what we call publicly funded through Prop 218 measures. Some of them do not have consistent assessments through Prop 218 because they're older. But generally, most of them have updated their assessments under the Prop 218 procedure, particularly as these expanded responsibilities have come upon these districts over time. They've had to increase their assessments, and the only way to do it is through the Proposition 218 process, where the public get an opportunity to vote on whether or not they believe the assessment is fair for the benefit that they're receiving from that assessment. So generally speaking, majority of the districts do that. We do have some single landowner districts that do not form an assessment over their property because it's not sensible because they're one single landowner. So basically what they do, they make contributions to the district's side of the economic book. All of these reclamation districts have the county treasurer, the county as their treasurer. So monies are held in the county, and they utilize those funds to do the initial cost and then seek the reimbursements. The reimbursements are very important because they do give the opportunity to carry the work out the following year. So on a general order, we're 60 to 75%, generally speaking, reimbursable on most all of our maintenance expenses. So very successful program. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that was what I was interested in. They're basically using this year's reimbursements for next year's maintenance projects that are approved. So that's where the money's coming from. Okay, I'm ready for a motion, Michael, on the allocation plan and the reimbursement plan. I think we can take it up in one motion.
I think so, or somebody can clarify, but I would just make a motion to pass as recommended.
Okay. Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Ryan, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Ramirez. Board Member Valines.
Aye.
Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Vice President Dolan.
She is still at the meeting. She may just be on mute if you're trying to speak, Jane.
Yes, I think she's unmuted now. Or Jane, are you there for Vice President Dolan?
It's yes. I think you're the one who muted me. I'm here. I'm unmuted. Thank you.
President Edgar?
Yes. Okay, that was yes, Brian Johnson is absent and we have one vacancy. So thank you, members. Members, we're now on the category of board items. The first one, 9A, is the Sacramento Riverbank Protection Project Post-Authorization Change Report and EIR-EIS. And Dave Wielden is going to provide us an informational briefing regarding this project and the requirement for an additional 80,000 linear feet of bank protection in this authorization. David?
Thank you, President Edgar. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I do have a presentation to follow my discussion here. Yep, there you go. Thank you, Ryan. My name is David Wielden. I'm the chief of the Flood System Sustainability Office branch in the Flood Projects Office of Division of Flood Management for Department of Water Resources. I'm here today to provide a background informational briefing on the Sacramento River Bank Protection Project and laying the groundwork for the approval, post-authorization change report, and EIR-EIS, which we will be bringing to the board next month for approval. Slide, please. Sacramento River Bank Protection Project is a continuing long-term program to provide bank protection to the levees of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project and tributaries that have been threatened and affected by erosion. This program is critical to addressing public safety and property damage along the Sacramento River and tributaries, and is United States Army Corps of Engineers program that has the Central Valley Flood Protection Board as the local sponsor. And DWR works on behalf of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board to implement the program and address and monitor the state's obligations in Sac Bank. Next slide, please. The original project was authorized in 1960, what we call phase one, for 430,000 lineal feet. That was completed in 1975. A lot of this was the rock slope protection that you see throughout the Sacramento River. There were not a lot of environmental or any environmental laws at that time. Very little, if any, mitigation was done. Project was reauthorized in 1974 for phase two. It added an additional 405,000 linear feet, and it did include mitigation requirements in that authorization. Slide, please. The state's responsibilities for in being partners with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and the Army Corps of Engineers, the state's responsibilities are to provide and manage the lands, easements, rights of way, relocations, and disposal areas, what we identify as LERDs. We also ensure operation and maintenance of the completed project through assurance agreements with the local districts, between the local districts and the board. There's a cost share for the state. The state provides 1/3 as prescribed in a local cooperation agreement set up in 1984. So that's the agreement we're working under between the board and the board. If the state sees an interest, has an interest in making betterments, what we identify as betterments that provide additional protection or features to a project that the Corps doesn't feel is necessary for their project, the state can come in and contribute funds to the betterment of the project for those reasons, for those items at a state, purely a state cost for the betterments. Ryan, can you go back to the previous slide? I want to touch on just the quick general scope. Thank you. The picture on the right and then the map of California shows the Sacramento River Basin and essentially the footprint of the Sacramento River Flood Protection Project and tributaries. So that's what the Sacramento River Bank Protection Project encompasses. It does not cover San Joaquin River or any of the other rivers south of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. Thanks, Ryan. Can you skip forward too? Perfect. Currently, the Sacramento River Flood Protection, Sacramento River Bank Protection Project is nearing the end of the phase two authorization, that 405,000 lineal feet. There's approximately 1,300 lineal feet left. That should represent a few more projects to finish up this phase two authorization. The last project we completed was at River Mile 1.0, left bank of the Feather River, completed in 2019 for 1,000 feet. Additional work that's being done with the program in addition to these specific levee repairs There's the focus on design deviations for the veg on levee policy and providing O&M updates to repaired sites for turnover packages. A little more into the veg on levee policy. A few slides. Next slide, Ryan. Here it is. So a big part of the program with core implemented designs is to conform to the current veg on levee management policy as described in engineering pamphlet 1110-2-18. This essentially lays out the guidance for planting, vegetation, and mitigation features on the levee as shown in this cross section. Some of the key features of this cross section is the 15-foot minimum wide bench from the toe of the levee towards the water. That's a vegetation-free zone from the toe to the water side, and also similarly on the land side. So that's some of the basic requirements that these new designs are conforming to. So with the new projects that are selected for Sac Bank, this is the policy that they will follow regarding vegetation and mitigation features. Next slide, please. So in the WRDA 2007, the Corps received an additional 80,000 linear feet phase 2 authorization. That means they were allowed to add 80,000 feet to the existing phase 2 authorization of 405. That brings the new phase 2, including the addendum, to 485,000 lineal feet. The additional 80,000 feet will be start to be chewed into after the existing remaining 1,300 lineal feet from the existing phase 2 authorization. So in order to increase the authorization in the program, there is a decision document required that the Army Corps of Engineers has prepared. And this decision document is the PACR, the Post Authorization Change Report, which includes the EIR EIS. We'll be discussing that shortly here. But essentially, this decision document with PACR confirms the federal interest in the Sacramento River Bank Protection Project and supports future funding of erosion repairs. Next slide, please. There you go. Thank you. The PACR, as I mentioned, is this decision document. Approval of this PACR has been delegated to the South Pacific Division of the Corps, meaning it doesn't have to go back east for congressional or headquarters approval to implement this additional authorized 80,000 linear feet. One thing to note that the PACR, when it was developed, they looked at approximately 106 representative erosion sites to make up that 80,000 feet. These sites are identified or used in the PACR for the analysis, but it is notable that those sites are not the specific list of sites that the Corps will be working through with this 80,000 linear feet. It's likely that a lot of those sites will be a part of it, but we can't say that that's the exact list that will be worked out. That list is kind of changing. There is future considerations to be involved. For the purposes of evaluating the analysis included in the PACR, they used 106 representative sites for the in the document. Please. Part of the evaluation and of the sites to be repaired under the Sacramento River Bank Protection Project, one key feature is that the sites must fall in the economically justified basins. Currently, there are 7 of those basins identified in the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. They are listed here: Butte Basin, Yolo, Rio Oso, Natoma, West Sacramento, Sacramento, and Southport. The PACR at this point for this 80,000 feet, additional sites that come up that are not in economically justified basins, the PACR recommends that the state try to identify a repair mechanism for those sites, as they are not currently included in the breadth of the Sacramento River Bank Protection Project. Slide, please. So as part of the approval of the Packer and the EIR, EIS documents, there were a number of public reviews that occurred. First occurred between January and February of 2015. So a number of years ago. This is a significant document that has been being worked on for some time. There was an informational briefing provided to the Central Valley Flood Protection Board in 2016. And where we're at now, or the point that we just finished, was the public review of the Packer and review of the final EIR EIS. That was completed in May of 2020. Where we're at right now is the record of decision and notice of determination and the approval of the Packer by the board and the EIR EIS certification. This is the request that we will be taking to the board next month with a resolution that essentially asks the board to approve the Packer and that they have reviewed and considered EIR, EIS, and approve that also. So that will be the request for next month. I'll bring that before the board. I have core support for that presentation and request for that resolution. Kind of where we're at now, where we're looking for towards the future for the next month. And then in late 2020, there will be a new project partnership agreement between the Corps and the board, essentially re-identifies the roles that the two agencies have. This will be a project partnership agreement, a PPA we've used in the past, I think an LCA to cover the same thing. There's a little bit of change in the nomenclature. So that will also be late in 2020 to sign that project partnership agreement.
Mr. President, Board Member Ramirez has a comment he'd like to make.
Yes, Tim?
Thanks, Bill. Feels like you had one too. Hope you can hold your thought for a second. I'm glad we had this the month before because I need to have my memory refreshed. And I probably said something in 2016. I'm struggling with what it is we're authorizing. I have questions about money. Apparently there's a state component of this. But if my memory strikes me right, this is the program that has not great history. And some of the riprap that's been laid out under it is now in the middle of the river. And I'm guessing that's not what we're talking about here, but I don't remember much about the specifics and who is driving this and how it got in MORDA in 2007. I wasn't on the board then. So maybe we could just have some of this discussion in advance of the meeting next month, but it feels like we're authorizing something that at least I'm not very familiar with, and I don't know who initiated the state's interest in this case. And I know that we're the partner and there's a partnership agreement, but I want to better understand some of the context here and also the funding. I guess that's my comment.
Okay, this is Dave. I think I can address some of those issues. This is a sort of a long-term program for the Army Corps of Engineers in the state. What we're authorizing is the state's continued participation in this program for the next 80,000 linear feet. That approval is essentially through the approval of the Packer and the associated EIR, EIS. The funding side of it, that's a very good question, certainly in these times. Recent pace of the program is identified about maybe one project per year that is addressed. So the funding on the state side has not been significant, but it is a piece that we're looking to continue to fund on the order of less than $1 million or $2 million a year on the state side. So at that level, we are able to, at least for the next year, we do have secured funding for that, and we'll be pursuing additional funding in the future for that on the DWR side.
Is it bond funding? I'm guessing it's not bond funding.
Well, in the past, we have used bond fund. It was appropriate per the definition of the bond fund, section 821, I believe. But you know, it's a lot of the costs to the department, to the state, are staff labor and the LERD's costs. So general fund will be used for the next year, and that's likely the request will be general fund supported for this program for the subsequent.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And also maybe when the report comes together for next month, it'd be good also to get a little bit of a reminder about the comments that were received on the EIS-EIR, just so we're mindful of people that weighed in. Obviously, that was years ago at this point. So if we could get a little summary of that, that would be helpful as well. Thank you, David.
David, remind me again why this isn't a new authorization as opposed to an expanded authorization, so to speak, of an existing authorization. Is it a matter of just getting it done expeditiously, or what?
Well, getting it done expeditiously, I don't think fits into the timeline that we're showing here. But I do think that it is a part of the existing phase 2 authorization, and then that was done just to extend the phase 2 to keep the main provisions of the program in place. There is a phase 3 being worked on right now, and that's a pretty significant change. There's going to be likely to be some changes in the program requirements and guidelines. So that's a much bigger step and has more significant changes to it. I think this 80,000 addendum was partially intended to just kind of keep the program rolling under the phase 2 guidance and program requirements while they establish the new phase 3 Sacramento Riverbank Protection Project program.
Okay, so the new requirements under this phase 3 are not completed yet. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so in order to not run out of linear feet on the phase 2, we were amending the existing phase 2 authorization. Is that right?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
All right. That was a question I had. And okay, well, that's helpful, David. This, as you indicated, this goes back a while, and we needed some, as Tim said, reminders of what we were doing. The other thing about this, we have a new EIR EIS certification, right? Did we have a lot of comments come in on this?
I think Board Member Ramirez raised that in terms of looking for a summary of those comments for the next presentation in July. I don't have any information on that specifically right now. I do know the original public review in 2015 did result in some significant comments and was incorporated into the new draft.
That was is it, the first part, as I recall, the first comments in 15 related to environmental concerns of the riprap we were putting in, and not putting in more environmental sensitive bank protection. Then I understand SAFCA came in and put in some, I guess it's experimental bank protection that in the following storm was essentially washed out. Is that what happened? And now we're looking at some additional kinds of bank protection, or what? I just have some vague memory there.
Yeah, that's fair. A lot of the repairs that were done by the Corps in the 2006, 7, and 8 emergencies after Governor Schwarzenegger's emergency declarations were kind of under the authority of Sac Bank, or at least used the program to implement those repairs. So, and I do remember in a couple of those cases, there was a spring, very high runoff, high water event that did take out some of the mitigation features at a few of the sites. Those have since been corrected, and the original mitigation has been replaced.
Okay.
So, it's also fair to say that, even after 96, 97, and then the 2006 event, and then even the events of 2017, that our levee repair approach is evolving, with the requirements for the mitigation features. There are new approaches like using soil-filled rock and a soil layer on top to establish the plantings. There are some risks to that, like what happened after 06, where it was kind of a unique high water in the spring, and it did wash away some of those. So it's still an evolving program, but based on the experiences we've had in the past few significant events and levee repair efforts, we're modifying our designs and responses to those.
Okay, you're allowed to do that under the current authorization, kind of experiment with different ways to protect the banks. You indicated that this is going to be a whole new deal for the third phase of this program, and so we're really operating under the old phase 2 authorization. But we're going to have more of that kind of direction in the new phase as opposed to phase 2 here.
It is still early on in the process. I would suspect that some of the changes that are being looked at would involve the level of mitigation that's required and monitoring for that mitigation and maintenance. Additionally, Corps has been asked by a number of entities, including the Central Valley Flood Control Association, to look at the economic justified basin approach to see if that can be expanded to increase the footprint that can be applied to this program. It still is in the early stages, and with the current project of the program, a couple thousand feet a year at most, it will still be a number of years before we get into the phase 3. So that's another.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. I remember a lot of squabbling about that and some unfortunate situations that occurred. But what is required when, for example, SAFCA comes up with some ideas, or the state comes up with ideas of different forms of mitigation for the Corps' review? Do you present a request to them and they approve the new way you're doing things, like the rock that you talked about and so on? How does that work exactly?
Well, typically these are Corps-led projects, so the Corps will, do their planning, permitting, and design. During that process, they engage with the local districts and the state, throughout the design process. If the locals or the state has a recommendation or suggestion to alter that design for, whatever reasons they think it might be a better mitigation fit or a better approach for the repair, the Corps will consider that. And in some cases, and this happened a lot in the PL 8499 program, that the Corps would change their design to accommodate those requests if they feel it's still a necessary part of the program, and in the case of Sac Bank, that it meets all the requirements of the program, the veg on levy policy, the current thinking of mitigation. If the Corps believes that the requests are extra to what they would like to provide, then we're getting into the betterment situation, where either the state or a local entity can pay for the additional cost of whatever those extras would entail. So there is some, a lot of coordination with the Corps, and recently they have been pretty, good about listening to the locals and the state and working to incorporate those changes into the design, with the overreaching caveat that it still has to meet the needs and the requirements of the program, in this case, Sac Bank.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. That background and explanation is very helpful. I appreciate it.
Mr. President, can I
Yeah.
just add, I just want to make clear what you're asking for, since this is in fact one of those programs that DWR through the MOA is working on behalf of the board. I want to make sure that they understand what the board wants so that you can be fully informed before you make a decision. So if I understand what you're asking for from today, you'd like to see a list of all the comments from the EIR that was done. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that needs to be presented to you in advance of the meeting and not at the meeting.
Yes, please.
And Board Member Ramirez, I believe, also had, if you could just help me refresh what it was you wanted to see before you came with a decision document. Was it also the EIR?
Yeah, and I think some of these questions have been answered, or they will be. The comments made on the EIR, EIS, the funding, and generally, and maybe this is in the EIS, EIR, a little bit more about the driver, or maybe it's just the project description.
Right.
I want to make sure we understand, I understand what needs to be done and how this is helping to address, those issues. I know the program generally. I'm just not recalling the specifics about this phase and component of it. Thanks, Leslie.
No, perfect. And we will, as you know, as your staff and you're in charge, so we will try to make sure that you get better briefings on these things moving forward. There's a number of programs that probably need to be briefed up more often, and this is just an example of how this happens. So we'll work on that, and certainly with this one, starting with next month. So thank you.
Okay, Leslie, I think one of the things that, as I was thinking about this program and talking to David about it, I have a vague recollection of the past several years of engineering designs and alterations and suggestions either made by DWR or SAFCA that the Corps was considering, and some of them because of the high water event in the springtime took out some of the work that SAFCA did and so on. And all of these things are vague memories. But one of the things that I think would be helpful if David in his report could kind of, give examples maybe, or would define more clearly what was a betterment versus what was a redesign that was acceptable to the Corps. For example, I know SAFCA presented, a lot of the things that he talked about, different kinds of mitigation measures for protection along the urban part of the Sacramento Bank that was controversial in the city. And I don't know whether that was a betterment or whether that was just a redesign that the Corps accepted, but I'd like to understand more clearly exactly what is a betterment and what isn't, what by example that they used the last time.
Got it.
Okay.
We can.
Anybody else?
I see that Vice President Dolan.
Yes.
Has her
Jane?
hand up.
Jane?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I have 4, so let me see if I can get to them. The first is, do I understand that this is adding linear feet to the original 1960 authorization of the Sacramento River Bank Protection Project?
60 was the phase 1 authorization of, I can't remember the exact footage. The phase that was out, when that ran out, the phase 2 authorization was implemented in 1975. and it was for 405,000 feet.
Were those additive? Your memo says 405,000 in 1960, 400 or 430 in 1960, 405 in 1974. Was that additive?
Yeah. So right now the total is 430 plus 405, and then plus another 80.
Okay, so I understood the 80 was additive, so that was phase 2. Okay. Is there a document or a map somewhere that exists showing where this work has been done since 1960? You did show a slide that indicated a 2012 erosion site inventory. So I wasn't clear on that, if that's where something had been done or that was where there were red dots of need. So do you know, or can you answer that at some point in the future?
Yeah, we certainly have that information, and we can bring that to the discussion next month.
Okay, that would add that to our executive officer's list then of needs for the next meeting. And then is this, just to clarify, this 80,000, if it were to be done, would be repairs and not new bank protection on formerly non-rocked banks? Is that correct?
Yeah, for the Sacramento River Flood Control Project, and it only restores existing levels of protection. Any levels of flood protection, increasing from 100 to 200, that's not part of this program. Purely to restore the existing levels of protection areas that have been damaged by erosion.
Okay. I combined one of them two together. So those are my questions. Thank you. I look forward to the information.
Any other questions, Leslie or Ryan?
Sarah from the Corps wanted to comment.
Sarah?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a few things about that, like what this 80,000 linear feet covers. And really what it's approving is the programmatic EIS, EIR, a programmatic cost estimate, and really the focus is a site selection and implementation process that basically allows us to go through and do an inventory of all the current erosion sites on the river, and this will be updated every year. So the Corps goes out with several other entities and looks at the river and all of the erosion sites that are out there and does an assessment of what the worst erosion sites are that are out there. And then what we would do is, in conjunction with our partners and sponsors, we would do the design documentation reporting and economic evaluation, as well as NEPA compliance and real estate, to identify what specific erosion sites we would be fixing. We would not be fixing, like repairing an existing erosion site in most cases. This is really if there's erosion identified from a high water event, from previous high water events or in future high water events. This 80,000 linear feet would allow us to fix those things that are not currently covered by other projects like American River Common Features or Natomas that are implementing their own protection, both erosion and seepage stability protection in the area.
Thanks, Sarah, for that clarification. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
This is Jane Dolan. Yeah, this is Jane Dolan again. Thank you, Sarah. Don't know your last name. Sarah, U.S. Army Corps.
Sarah Rosarozet. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, that's fine. Thank you. So are those aspects of what we're approving, the cost program and the site selection process, are those identified in the EIR, EIS, or something else that would be provided?
Yeah, that's correct. So the EIR and EIS are part of the reevaluation report, the general reevaluation report that was also circulated to the public last month. And within that entire report setting is several appendices, and one of those appendices is the site selection and implementation process, which is really the meat of what we talked with our commander about as well. So this kind of allows us to adjust the approach that we're taking for the future to make sure that we're implementing erosion protection that makes sense on each of those particular sites in whatever particular year we're getting up to. So it may mean that there's the opportunity to do a setback levy for something, or it may mean that we just do rock, or perhaps we're doing rock with plantings. It'll really depend on a site-specific basis whether those fixes are economically justified in that area, and then what would be the best fix for that particular spot. So all that documentation is included in the giant report that's attached with the EIS and EIR. And we'll have all that.
Thank you for that. Very helpful. Thank you. I'm hoping someone will identify which appendices that is in the voluminous report, even though I'm not averse to reading a lengthy report. Thank you.
We can make sure to identify which specifics will be more pertinent for you guys to review.
Sarah, this is Bill Edgar. Did you, just from your knowledge, I know David's going to provide that for next month, but just from your knowledge, was there a lot of input from the public on this document that you circulated?
So we had a lot of public comments after 2015 that we had to address. So there was a lot of updates to the EIS, EIR between the 2015 and 2019 timeframe. But after we went out to public this last time, we only had 3 comments. Okay. One of those was from the Air Resources Board. One of them was from the Delta, and I can't really remember where the other one was from, but they weren't substantial comments, and we really responded to them with thank you for your concern. We'll make sure we address those in the implementation phase. Okay.
Okay. Well, that would make that would be consistent with my recollection of the SAC Bank program along the Sacramento River within the city, because I heard a lot of concern and so on in the earlier time frame, and there was a lot of feedback and so on. But more recently, I haven't gotten that feedback, so that would be consistent with what you're finding in the EIR, EIS. So that's good. All right. The other thing, Sarah, I was wondering, you said something about a setback levy. Now, how could that be funded under this program with the idea that you're not really raising the level of flood protection? Because isn't that what a setback levy does, pretty much?
So I suppose the idea would be if there was an area that we felt like the erosion protection would cost just as much money as a setback levy, there's an option to look at that as an alternative during the design and construction part of the project. Likely as not, it would be more expensive to do that than to just provide erosion protection, but we didn't want to rule it out as an option just in case that was. And we would put it in, we wouldn't put it in at a higher level, a higher elevation. It would simply be constructed at the same elevation. It might provide more protection simply because building a new levee is maybe providing more protection than just fixing an existing levee, but the intention would not be to provide additional protection. It would be to provide opportunities for creating more areas of for restoration, ecosystem restoration, or something else in the area. So it's not likely that that would occur, but we didn't want to rule it out as a possibility of something that could be implemented in the future.
Yeah. Well,
and I would like to add to that, this is Dave Wielden. We have done repairs, we have done setback levees as part of Sac Bank, and usually the reason is that an in-water erosion repair in narrow channels can result in changing or reducing the capacity of that channel to an unacceptable degree. So in those cases where, putting a lot of rock into the channel, it's just too much, it constricts it too much, it raises the water surface elevation and increases the velocities, then the setback can be identified as the preferred option, even if oftentimes it does cost more.
Okay, yeah, I would also assume, David, if in the future the plan called for maybe a setback levy in the future, this could, the locals could come in, or the state could come in and say, we want to do something different, which would solve this problem, but also it would be a betterment that we could deal with later on. I don't know. It seems to me that it gets awful fuzzy as to what a betterment is and what a program, what an erosion program project should look like. But
sure.
Anyway.
Yeah, and that's a good point, President Edgar. Some of the betterments that we have done with the Corps, not necessarily with Sac Bank, but typical would be if the state or the local entity feels that the length of the repair is not enough, that they'd like to extend it by another 100 feet on one end or another end. The Corps may say, you know what, the existing footprint is our approach to address the problem. If the state or the local district had an interest in expanding that would be a betterment. The Corps would add that to the design, but the extra cost of the construction of that feature would be a betterment to be covered by state or the local entities.
Okay. Okay. All right. Anything else, Leslie or Ryan?
I don't see anything else, Mr. President.
I believe Rick Reinhardt wanted to comment on the item.
Rick?
President Edgar, members of the board, thank you. Rick Reinhardt with MBK Engineers, commenting on behalf of the Flood Control Association. I'd like to jog your memory a little bit. Last summer, the Flood Control Association presented you with a memo with our concerns with the draft packer at the time, and we gave a presentation to the coordinating committee. Based on some of the comments today, I'd like to just quote a couple of points that I think are salient to this discussion. But before doing that, it is a little disappointing that after having engaged the board, the department, and the Corps last summer on this issue, that I don't recall seeing any notification of this final public review. And so you did not receive comments from the Flood Control Association because, to the best of my knowledge, we were not made aware that there was another public review. But with that said, we did provide our memo. It laid out our concerns. We're very concerned with the conclusion in the packer. We understand and support the need to finalize it, but there are some things that we need to revisit going forward. Just a little background on the Sacramento River Flood Control Project that I didn't see included in Dave's presentation. When the state accepted responsibility for the Sacramento River Flood Control Project with the 1953 MOU, there was a recognition that the system was rapidly eroding, and there was a debate over whether that was a design deficiency caused by a system that was designed to flush hydraulic mining debris, or whether it was an O&M responsibility. Ultimately, it was concluded that bank protection was necessary and that it was a combination of both. And that's why the Sacramento Bank Protection Project has a cost share. If you remember, in 1960, projects were 100% federal funded. They weren't cost shared. But because of the maintenance element, that this program was recommended to Congress to be cost shared 75-25. An important statement that's in the Chief's report from 1960 that I think puts this into perspective is it says the only practical way of maintaining the integrity of the levee system is by means of bank protection. It It is impractical and uneconomical to provide bank protection at all future erosion points during the initial construction of levees. Accordingly, federal responsibility under the term of new work should continue after initial levee construction is completed and accepted by the local interest for maintenance until such time as adequate bank protection is provided. On the other hand, local interest under their normal maintenance responsibility should undertake early preventive measures to halt anticipated erosion problems in their formative stages. Such maintenance activity should include the providing of local bank protection where deemed necessary. It is impractical to separate bank protection work into the classifications of new work, which is normally a federal responsibility, and maintenance, which is normally a local responsibility. Accordingly, the solution of the bank protection and levee erosion problem is considered to be a joint local federal responsibility. Because they knew how much was going to need to be done and the difficulty of forecasting where they would need to do their erosion, they set the authorization up to be in 10-year increments. And that's why you see these phases 1, 2, 3, 4 over time, or 1, 2, and 3 over time, and additional linear footage being added. It's in recognition that we don't know where these large investments are going to be needed 15 years from now or 20 years from now. So we look in the next 10 years and make investments based on that. Now, the reason that the Flood Control Association took exception to the conclusions in the Packer is this authorization was intended to complete the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. It is a system, and this Packer moves away from evaluating as a system and evaluates it as basins, and has determined that the vast majority of the system there's not a federal interest in. And they did it because they looked at the economics of each individual basin and not of the system as a whole. And we encourage the board to push back on this conclusion. Not objecting to the adoption of this Packer, but only that issue needs to be revisited. That it would have dire consequences to state investment going forward, meaning that it would shift responsibility for bank protection from the federal government to the state. And this is the Sacramento Bank Protection Project, as we talked about with the setback levee examples. There's tremendous opportunity to use it to implement the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. It doesn't need to be just riprap, as I think it's more commonly known as. There's flexibility to implement the vision that the board has laid out in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. There's, in addition to this economic concern, the approach that they've taken of individual basins, Sac Bank has been wrapped around the axle with two other issues. It's become enormously expensive to do these sites. Sites are anywhere from $5,000, $7,000 or upwards per foot. And that's just too expensive. We're just not getting the bank protection done that we should be able to do with the amount of dollars that are available. The other side of it is the impacts of the environment. If I remember correctly, there was a jeopardy opinion issued on this by the Fish and Wildlife Service. We need to do a better job of coming up with designs that benefit the environment. And there's been a lot of progress on that front. You've talked about some of the work that SAFE has done on the American River and the Sacramento River. And we've come a long way in that regards, and we've still got a long way to go. What the Flood Control Association recommended at the coordinating committee meeting was that the local agencies work with the state and the Corps through the RFP process to revisit this issue and come up with a conclusion that, or alter the conclusion this Packer that the Corps should be investing in the entire system and not just these 7 basins they've determined economic interest in. And so in the scopes of work for the 3 Sacramento RFP regions, there's funding, which you know that is just on the verge of being granted these regions. And through that, we want to work with the state and the Corps to turn the Sac Bank Protection Project into something that's going to be of greater benefit to our valley. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you. Leslie, how are we going to deal with comments like that and get this report to the staff and the board for next month's meeting?
That would very much challenge, Mr. President. That's been a challenge with programs that we're not directly managing. So I don't know. We'll have to talk to the Corps about their deadlines. I believe this is a Corps-driven deadline for this Packer. But we will directly engage the Corps on that as the non-federal sponsor to the Corps, see what we can work out.
But just to be clear, the Flood Control Association is not objecting to the adoption of the Packer, only saying that because the work needs to get done for those authorized basins. But we do need to work on a follow-on product that revisits the issue of whether this is a system or individual basins, and the basis for determining that those other individual basins there's not an economic interest in.
Well, Leslie, it sounds to me like we need to work closely with David Wielden, and maybe we end up with some sort of a conditional approval of this Packer. I mean, you go ahead with the Packer, but understanding we got to come back and look at some of these other issues that have been raised. I don't know.
Right. We need to have a lot more direct involvement with the Corps on this, Mr. President, as you pointed out. So we'll I'll get Trustee Michael to start working on that.
Okay, I'm glad we had this meeting to kind of flush out these issues. I don't know how, you know, frankly, I think even David would agree, and everybody would agree that the Corps doing these improvements is very expensive. And maybe there is a way to reduce the cost some way. I don't know.
You know, Bill, just another, this is Joe Countryman. Another factor is once that bank protection is put in place, we're now on the line to maintain it.
Right.
And there's been, like Tim mentioned, I've seen, you know, hundreds and hundreds of feet of bank protection has been completely bypassed, or the river's moved around it someplace. And theoretically, at least, we're still on the line to maintain that bank protection. Also, conversely, if we, from a state perspective, it may be better to have, say, a more expensive bank protection that requires less maintenance, because we're not going to get any cost sharing on the maintenance.
Right. Well, it might be easier too. I know the Corps hates this, but might be better too to begin pressuring them to maybe have some of this work done by contract with the locals. Because I know in 108, for example, there was some work there done that Megan was telling me that it was 5 times more expensive than they could have done it with themselves. And the Corps has a concern about that kind because they don't have enough resources to oversee or what they feel is proper oversight on the remedial action. So I don't know. There's some implementation issues that need to be worked out a little bit, I think. Anyway, well, Leslie, you got a lot of work to do.
We'll see what we can get done before next month, Mr. President.
Yeah, we gotta, even if it takes a little time, we need to take up some of these questions. The question Joe just asked or raised is a real issue. The state has an interest in lowering the cost or maybe increasing the cost to reduce maintenance in the long term. Those are policy questions that need to be raised. Okay, anything else on this subject? Okay, thank you, David and Sarah, for your presentations. Very helpful and very informative. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're moving on to item 9B, and this is a request that I had from the staff or for the staff and for the Corps regarding the status report of the PL 8499 program and a status report of the SWIFT program. Under this item 9B, Public Law 8499 levy system status and SWIFT program update, Eric Mayo of the board staff will provide an informational overview and an update regarding the systems that are active and inactive in PL 8499. And Josh Jimmerfield of the Corps will provide an informational update regarding the LOI and SWIFT program. So Eric, I guess you're up first.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Edgar. Josh, are you on the line as well?
I'm here, Eric. Go ahead.
I'll get started. Can you hear me okay, President?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board, local partners, and the public. My name is Eric Mao, board staff for the enforcement section of the operations branch, and I'd like to give an informational briefing on the Public Law 8499 and the federal levy systems, in which the board is the non-federal sponsor. This presentation will be a joint presentation with USACE staff. I'll call the Army Corps as USACE for my presentation, and I will cover which systems, as President Edgar mentioned, are active and inactive, and USACE will cover the SWIFT program and their updates. So here is an overview of the presentation that I will be covering. What is a PL 8499 levy system? How is eligibility determined? How many systems are currently active and inactive? A little history of the LOI and SWIFT, and currently which inactive systems that are trying to become active by developing a letter of intent. Okay. So for the next few slides, I will cover some terminology regarding the levy system and what it means to be active under PL 8499. So the Corps defines a levy system as one or more structures that work together to provide flood risk reduction to a single defined area. And the Corps looks at the levy system, and a system consists of levy segments, which are typically operated and maintained by a single maintaining agency. So when determining an levy system's eligibility, all the segments within that system will need to be considered. PL 8499, a system is active when they are active. That system is eligible for rehab funding during a flood emergency. For example, in 2017 and 2019, we had some high waters. And if a system is inactive, the system is not eligible for federal rehab funding. Now, next slide, please, Ryan. A levy system is active if the system has received a minimally acceptable inspection rating by the Corps' Sacramento district when they perform in a routine or periodic levy inspection. So that's how they can become active. However, if the system did not receive a acceptable rating, the system can still become active through the LOI and SWIFT process. So I'd like to give a little background on that. In 2011, the Corps USACE published the SWIFT interim policy, and this is an important policy because it allows for systems that have deficiencies to still become active and receive that federal funding through this program. So the way that happens is the LMA, they, as a group with a lead agency, they would develop a letter of intent and submit that to the non-federal sponsor. We review that and send that to the Corps for their approval. And after 2 years of a approved letter of intent, the lead agency or the LMA would have to develop a SWIFT plan, which is a more developed, a detailed plan that determines how they will fix their, improve their levy system. And that is submitted to us and then to the Corps for approval. So what is a letter of intent? Typically, they're documents that are about 15 pages in length, and they have some basic information of the system. It's the LMA's way of saying, we know we are currently inactive, but we want to become active, and here's how we're going to do that. Here's our plan. The document would include levy system identification and a description, a little bit of history, a list of the unacceptable items, their funding sources, and interim risk measures that they will try to perform. And so that's what the LOI is. And the SWIFT is a more detailed expansion of that. And it mostly focuses more on what milestones and accomplishments have been made to the levy system and what are the long-term plans to improve that system. Okay. Next slide, please, Ryan. Thank you. So here I'll just cover some of the numerical aspects of my presentation. So there are a total of 121 levy systems in which the board is the non-federal sponsor. Obviously, there are other levy systems, non-federal ones in California, but the bulk of the levy systems in California are under the board's jurisdiction in terms of number of systems and levy miles. So of the 121 systems, 74 are currently inactive and 47 systems are active. And I would like to expand a little bit on the 47. Okay, so from the 47 active systems, 32 are active under the LOI and SWIFT program, so a majority. And the other 15 are active because they have a passing inspection rating. So of the 32, to break it down, there are 10 systems that have an approved LOI. These are kind of your recent groups that have gone in and were approved and became active when the Corps approved them. So here are the 10 systems below. And then there are 22 systems that have already received an approved LOI and they have submitted a SWIFT plan. And these are the list of the 22 systems. You can see Bear Creek and Mormon Slough, just those two are 13 systems. Of note is that Reclamation District 1001, they actually, that system has an approved final SWIFT. So they are the most furthest along. In fact, for the board, they are the first to have an approved final SWIFT plan. So the other ones, they have submitted a plan in recent years, and they are still active. Now, Josh from the Corps will be explaining more about this, but the Corps has recently asked for an update for these systems besides RD 1001. They have requested an update to these SWIFT plans to show what progress has been made in recent years, sort of a dusting off of their old reports and showing some progress of how the levy has been improved or how maybe encroachments have been resolved. So those are 32 active systems. Now I'll talk about the 15. So that leaves us with the 15 other systems that are active. From the 15, 8 of them had received a minimally acceptable inspection. Those 8 are listed. There's 2 that became active again when the Corps came out to do a reinspection of the levy system. And then there are 5 sort of new, levy systems, and these are the South Sacramento systems. The 5 are listed here, and I'll give a little bit of just a background on that. So the South Sacramento Improvement Project, funded through SAFCA and completed in 2016, this resulted in the construction of 5 additional levy systems listed here. Through an interim transfer from the Corps, from USACE, all systems except for the Florin Creek systems have been turned over to the board. And final transfer of the entire project is expected to take place by the end of calendar year 2020. The City of Sacramento, through a project partnership agreement with SAFCA, will provide O&M to all systems except for the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant. which it will be operated and maintained by the County of Sacramento. Okay. So here we have a visual to sort of summarize these levee systems. We have a bar graph that breaks down the levee system, miles of levee, and population behind levees that are under the board's jurisdiction. The graph on the left shows that we have about, almost 50% of, 48% of our levee systems are currently active under PL 8499. The middle graph shows that in terms of levee mileage, we have almost close to 50% as well. Definitely, this shows that we still have work to do to get our levee systems to become active. And the third, the graph on the right shows that we have about 90% of the population, they live behind levees that are currently active. Okay. Here is another visual. I would like to thank DWR's Flood Maintenance and Flood Projects Office for providing this. It's kind of a visual to see on the figure on your left from Red Bluff to about the Delta, and the figure on this is about Stockton to Madera. The items in red are levee systems that are inactive, and then the systems in green are active. Now, this to caveat it, this figure shows the active status by LMAs, which I previously mentioned. The core looks at the system and not the individual segments or LMAs. But this kind of shows the areas that are active and sort of gives us a picture of areas that we need to improve in to help our entire levee systems to become active. Next slide, please, Ryan. Okay. And I'd like to get close to ending my part of the joint presentation by just saying we have 9 draft letters of intents that were recently submitted to us and to the Corps for review. We're trying to get more and more systems to become active through this program. You can see here that a majority of these letters of intents, we received them through DWR's FMAP, or Flood Maintenance Assistance Program funding. And that's good news that there's funding out there and that locals are taking advantage of that to submit a draft LOI to hopefully get their system to become active. In fact, the first 2 LOIs, they are actually being reviewed by Army Corps Division as we speak. So hopefully our goal is to have these 2 systems to be active before the end of this calendar year, and that would be wonderful. So with that concludes my portion of the presentation. I do want to take this time to thank the LMAs, our local partners and flood agencies, the JPAs, and our district engineers who work with us in getting these systems back to becoming active and ready for the next flood season. We know there are many improvement projects occurring, both from a local, state, and federal level, and we want to thank you all for partnering with us as we aim to meet our goals of public safety and flood risk reduction. And so I'd like to open up this time just for some questions before I welcome up Josh Jimmerfield from the Corps, who will give his presentation, and then there will be a time for comments as well.
Any questions, Leslie or Ryan?
I don't see anything from the board.
I have a question.
Joe?
I see that American River Flood Control District has a system that's inactive. It's startling to me. Where is that?
So, thank you, board member, Countryman. American River is kind of a unique situation. They actually are currently active through their periodic inspection, I believe in 2011 or 12. The Corps came and did an inspection, and there were some issues, but they were considered active. And so they are currently active. They're one of the 47, I think. They're part of the 47. But through recent re-inspections, the Corps has come out and determined that there are unacceptable red rated issues that will put the system to be out of PL 8499. Now that official formal letter has not reached the board or the American yet, so they are currently active. But as you may have seen, American River is preparing for that, and they actually have developed a draft letter of intent in case when that letter does come, they'll be ready to implement that to become active again. Does that answer your question?
Yes, because if American River Flood Control District's inactive, everybody's going to be inactive because they actually have money. Anyway.
So yeah, they are currently active, and that's true. There's a lot of population, a lot of infrastructure in that area, and as you know, there are a lot of deficiencies as well, and it is pretty difficult to receive that minimally acceptable rating. So we have, the good thing is we are in communication with their district engineers and also Tim Kerr and folks from American River. So we try to get ahead of that as best as we can.
Is that because of encroachments?
Encroachments are a main part of it. I think pipes, erosion, maybe certain utilities, pump structures. I think that is a big portion of it, but there are other issues as well that tie to that unacceptable rating from the Corps.
Thank you.
Damage issues related that have been done to the levees along that area contribute to this recent development?
President Edgar, that's a good question. Obviously, there has been work, a lot of improvement and work that has happened since the recent inspections. The way that this works is the Corps would have to schedule a site visit through us, the non-federal sponsor. We would set up a site visit and do that. Obviously, that doesn't occur very often, maybe every few years. The Corps does that. And so I don't think there has been a recent inspection of this levee system within, at least since I've been here, 4 years or so. But when we do, we would go through the entire system and also note what has been improved and what areas are still lacking. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, I know Chris Nudek wanted to make a comment.
Oh, sorry, Chris, I think you're, okay.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, good afternoon. This is Chris Nudek. I wanted to bring one matter to your attention, Bill. And first of all, I think Eric's done an excellent job presenting this matter. And we've been implementing a number of these LOIs and draft SWIFTs and so forth, and a couple of them are not quite on your list yet. But we also recognize that there's a number of them that are not active and that are not in a level of pursuit of LOI or SWIFT. And I just wanted to bring to your attention, we were contacted by a district on the lower San Joaquin, upstream of the Delta South here recently. We've done some work for them back in the 2012, 2013 timeframe. And I was at a board meeting with them yesterday, and I've encouraged them to take upon the task of preparing an LOI and preparing a SWIFT. And we contacted Jeff Van Gilder, and we're going to put in after the fact application for your FMAP funds. He's not certain whether it's going to be eligible or whether or not there'll be any funds available. But this is for the Chase and Carpenter districts, 2063 and 2091, that are active in an FSRP and a DMP program, but they just hadn't taken that extra step to get into the FMAP program and get active again. So there's still a chance. I don't want to completely write off these districts that are not active. I think it's going to take some additional action on behalf of the board. I know you and your committee, Bill, went around and talked to an awful lot of our clients that pushed them over the edge to actually get them to the point where they would consider performing this work. And sometimes it just takes a little bit more encouragement than just what the local LMA engineer can do. Sometimes they just hear that it's a retirement program for us to do more work. And that's not the reason we're talking about this. This is what we have called an excellent get out of jail free card. It's really an opportunity that the Corps of Engineers has provided us to develop a plan. Long-term may it be, but you know, if we're doing this work, let's start getting it acknowledged. I think we've got a good plan internally here amongst the engineering firms on how to document and access this data as we move forward and report it. And I'm just happy to report that here's 2 reclamation districts that it wasn't even on their windshield. And by the time we left yesterday, they're meeting this coming week, and then the following week I'm going to meet with them again, and hopefully we're going to get them to incur the application effort, get the application into FMAP, and get the process started. So thank you for your time, and thank you, Eric, for reporting on this.
Thank you, Chris. That's helpful. Anything else, Leslie or Ryan?
I don't see any other board member comments at the moment.
Thank you.
Nothing from the public.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I wanted to thank Chris for his comments, but also of the 9 draft LOIs, those are the ones that we have submitted to the Corps. Obviously, there are almost maybe close to 10 other that we're still working on finding before we submit those up. So we have received a few more from KSN on behalf of the San Joaquin district. So we are working through those, and we're glad that that's being utilized. And with that, I would like to welcome up Josh Jimmerfield from USACE to give his portion of the presentation. And he'll give his presentation. He'll probably mention a little bit about also the history of the LOI and SWIFT, how we've improved that process. We've tightened those timelines so that by the time we get a report, we can get that approved in a swifter manner. So he'll speak to that, and then there will be a time of questions and comments. Thank you.
All right. Hi, good afternoon, everyone, members of the board. I just wanted to first thank the board for the opportunity to present on the current status of the SWIFT program and the way ahead from the Sacramento district and for the LMAs that are out there. My name is Josh Jimmerfield. I work out of the Emergency Operations Center as the PL 8499 Program Manager for the Sacramento District Corps of Engineers. And today, what I'd like to do, I'm going to go through just a program overview. What is the SWIFT? Why it's important? I want to talk a little bit about the current SWIFT status. How did we get here? Where are we now? And where are we headed as we move through this? There's been some program changes. I'll walk through those and what those mean as far as scheduling and how we move through this program. And we'll talk about the next steps. How does this process look in the future as we move through the SWIFT program and get these systems back up into O&M standards? And then I want to finish with the critical pieces. So talk a little bit more specifically about some of the items within the SWIFT and how those progress. So let's start off on the first slide here with a program overview and just give a broad definition of what the SWIFT is and what the intent was. A couple of things. A SWIFT is a tool for the LMAs to use to help prioritize their risk. So the idea behind the entire program was LMAs are behind the 8 ball in a lot of instances where they are doing a massive amount of work and still unable to catch up. And whether that's through lack of funding or inability to just keep up with some of the maintenance on these levees that are very old and trying to keep them in place. And so the idea behind this SWIFT that headquarters came up with was let's give them a way to help categorize this work, prioritize it, and then the second piece of that is that a SWIFT is a commitment. So it's the LMA committing to the Corps and the Corps committing to the LMA to say, we're going to work together to improve this levee system and get this program back up to meet those Corps O&M standards. And in the interim, while this is happening, we're going to allow this levee system to still be active in the program, which means that in the event of a major disaster, they will be repaired through federal funding. One of the things that is important to note is that the SWIFT is not a panacea. It is not a fix-all to all the problems. It still requires a tremendous amount of work. It still requires that there be, annual progress reports and meetings that go through the process of updating every year. What does a SWIFT look like? It's a living document that needs to be updated and annually changed. The LOI is the step one of that SWIFT process. And basically what the LOI does for an LMA is gives them the opportunity to say, we would like to develop a SWIFT. We think that because of the complexities and the overwhelming nature of the deficiencies found within our system that we have to address, this is not something we can do in 1 or 2 years. This is going to take a long-term commitment, and we're going to have to rely on monies and grants from the state and potentially from, raise and assessment fees. All of these things take time. And so in order to do that, we would like to develop a SWIFT. That's the LOI step. Once that's approved and we have a good understanding of, yes, you understand all the details that go into a SWIFT and really get what that commitment looks like, then we move on. I think, and I've hit on it a little bit, the reason that the SWIFT program is so important is that, number one, it provides active status in the rehabilitation program. And that allows the federal government to be able to pull in that extra funding. We have appropriations every year, normally sometimes around $1 billion, that are applied for the rehabilitation program. So across the nation, that $1 billion is spent. In some instances, we spend all of it in a single year, and we're short funding, and we go to supplemental funding as we move through the program. The second piece of that is the SWIFT provides measurable objectives. So one of the things that's happening when a levee system submits a SWIFT and that's accepted is that the Corps of Engineers is accepting a little bit of risk on that levee system. We know that it does not meet the O&M standards, but as such, we're still willing to assume that risk because we know that there's going to be quality work done on that system in a worst first approach. So the intent is that we prioritize the risk, those things that are the most risky are done first. And we get measurable objectives so that we can see from a year-to-year basis how that system is improving. And that's a big part of my job here in the Sacramento district, is to justify to headquarters, look, this is what they've done every year. There's been progress every year. And so I can justify that up to say they need to continue to be in the program and be active, because I believe that they are trying hard. And so that's a big component of that. I think also that the SWIFT program is vital because it facilitates interagency collaboration. And that's a major part of the success of any of these types of endeavors, is the federal government being able to apply their huge amount of funding and general engineering expertise in cooperation with the local expertise on the ground. We have to be able to have some type of way to facilitate that collaboration. And I think the SWIFT is a program that helps line those things up. It forces all of us to work together from the federal level all the way down to the very local level, to the local landowners. And I think that collaboration is a major part of why the SWIFT is successful. Moving ahead to the next slide, I'll walk through kind of how we got here, what happened to lead us down to the road we're at now, and how we move forward. So a couple of things happened. 2017, 2016, that's when a lot of these SWIFTs were due currently, that we're asking for this advanced date in August 31st. We had Orville that year. We had a lot of things happen that the district is responsible for. I'm part of a national program for debris response and was called out. We also lost our PLD 499 program manager. Ms. Briskin retired and moved on. So there was a little bit of a struggle there. We've worked past that, and I think that we've, through collaboration with Central Valley Flood Protection Board, we've gotten the program back up and running where it goes. But what that means is that we need to make sure that we take the appropriate steps now to get us in the right direction as we move ahead into the future. So talking about what that looks like, I've meshed a lot with our division office in San Francisco and headquarters in DC, and walked through, all right, here's the SWIFTs that we have, here's what's been delivered. this is not a delinquency on the LMA's part or on the board's part, but this is a delinquency on the Corps' side, not being able to review these in an efficient manner. And so instead of saying, well, they're all late, they're kicked out, we were able to negotiate and determine that, look, a lot of these, as we've looked at them, are quality documents. A ton of work was put into them. And instead of having them start all over, let's just update some key pieces of those that really show that there's continual progress. And so that's what we're looking at right now, is how do we update these SWIFT documents? What exactly are we looking for? Headquarters has given us some direction. There are 5 areas that they're looking for us to move ahead in, and I've communicated those with Eric from the board to kind of understand what do those look like and what exactly does that mean. The August 31st deadline was determined from headquarters and division, and their intent behind that was they would like to see all of these SWIFTs approved before we go into the next flood season. That's going to be a big lift on everybody's side. That's a lot of work on our side. But what part of how we think we are going to get there is that there's been a streamlining of the process. So as we move towards November, December, and the beginning of flood season, we would like to see all of these systems approved so that there's no gray area. There's no questioning from the LMAs or from the board on, well, we turned to SWIFT in several years ago. We're not sure if we're still active or not. The National Levy Database says we're active, but we haven't heard anything from the Corps in years. We want to erase all of that and make it perfectly clear. If you have a SWIFT and it's been approved, you are active in the system and would be eligible to apply for rehabilitation assistance as we move into the flood season. In order to do that, one of the things that headquarters has done is streamline the process on their side a little bit. And this goes into some of the changes on the next slide, the program changes that have happened. So one of those things is the approval process has changed. Headquarters in the past was the ultimate decider, and this went all the way up to Mark Rupus, who is the chief of contingency operations, to approve these. And he's delegated that authority for approval down to the division level, which in a lot of instances looks like it's knocked close to 6 months off the approval time for these. I've also worked a lot with Ryan Larson, who's the chief of the channel levies and channels branch, on our internal routing and what that needs to look like in order to get these through the district as quick as possible and efficiently with the right amount of people looking at them, so that we have value added every time somebody touches one of these documents. They can be big documents and we need people to understand what they're looking at. So we've tightened that up quite a bit, and I think Eric can attest to how much faster we've been able to move a lot of these LOIs through the process, as well as a whole host of the SWIFTs that we've been reviewing and getting back in the last few weeks. The other piece of this is an increased federal, state, and local collaboration effort. Eric and I have been working very closely the last couple of months and are working to set up some workshops with the LMAs. We've been doing quite a few WebEx conference calls to talk directly through these documents and make sure that we are answering questions instead of a back and forth. And I think that's really helped the process quite a bit as we move ahead. As we move on to the next steps, I'd like to discuss a little bit about the communication, the workshops that we're planning. So as we go through this, the August 31st deadline, one of the things we've done is we're allowing the LMAs to submit their SWIFTs to the Corps of Engineers and Central Valley concurrently, which will give them the most amount of time to get these brushed up LMAs out to us. We're also planning some workshops as we come up in the next month, Eric and I, to open up just basically a town hall for anyone to call in and ask those questions directly about maybe something they don't understand or what are the critical components of these SWIFTs that we're looking for. And then continual communication about the SWIFT approval timeline. So once these are turned in, what is the next step? What does that look like on our side as they move through our process from the district level to the division level for comments? And then what does that formal approval look like? And when can they expect to get a letter back that says that they have been formally accepted and that they are eligible under the SWIFT program? So I think as we move through, what's really key is the milestones and metrics. These are the things that I think really are going to help the LMAs show that annual progress. So we've been working with them diligently and trying to draft up some examples and some some easy things for them to attain on an annual basis. Once the SWIFT is developed and submitted, there's an annual progress report that's due that shows these are what we did the last year. This is the money that was spent. These are the high level risk items that have been mitigated. And this is the way ahead for the next year. Those are the things that I use then to justify the continual headquarters acceptance of the SWIFT documents. And that is something that's going to happen every year for every single one of these accepted SWIFTs. So it's very critical that those milestones that are put into the document are clear and concise and are some type of measurable metric. There's something that we can see that was done there. And so we're working with them to tighten up. I think my last slide here, the critical pieces, I want to talk a little bit about the annual plan. So these are the things right now that the headquarters has asked us to brush up on. So these are 4 pieces of the document that they really want to see tightened up. And relatively simple, I believe, for most of these because they're on the whole well written. But the annual plan, these are the metrics that we're going to use. And what they want to see with each of those is the cost, the schedule, and the risk. How long is it going to take? What is the outlay of funding from the LMA, from the board, from DWR? And what is the risk that they are addressing, and how does that work? One of the components of the SWIFT is the worst first approach. We want to make sure that we're taking the thing that has the most effect on the levy system, and we're addressing that first. The schedule highlights, these are what has been done since the last report, how much did it cost. Those are the parts and pieces that help generate those annual progress reports. One of the other things that's very critical is looking at the time needed for permitting and environmental compliance. These are big pieces of a lot of the levy work that's done, is the permitting process that needs to happen, the consultation that also goes along with these. These things take a lot of time, and this is where I believe that the LMAs are fully justified in the duration for some of these SWIFTs that are going out maybe 10, 15, 20 years, because a lot of these things that are encroachments, we understand there's real estate actions, there's permit actions, there's environmental assessments that need to be done, and those don't happen in a couple of months, in a couple of weeks. These things take a lot of time. But documenting what those are, documenting the time needed for those, again, helps us justify to headquarters from the district level why these things are so complex and complicated, that this is not as simple as throwing a bunch of dirt around and calling it a levy. These are very complex systems that require a lot of thought before we can move ahead with them. The other piece is the interim risk reduction measures. And those are the things that the LMA is doing in the interim before their levy is back up to those O&M standards that'll help provide some level of assurance that there's some mitigation of that risk. And those can be simple things like increased patrols during high water. But some of the more critical ones that headquarters wants to see is what is the communication that's happening from not only our partners like the Flood Protection Board, but the LMAs themselves. What are they doing to communicate to the general public, the people that rely on the levies, about the status of the levies and what they're doing to make these improvements and how they're getting back into compliance with the O&M standards. That also includes some of our federal partners. A lot of these levies have FEMA accreditation, and so making sure that they work continually with FEMA to make sure those things are updated as well. And all of this rolls up into what the SWIFT program is. I think that on the whole, my goal as the program manager for this is I want to see these LMAs become successful. And to that end, this is a huge part of what I'm working on right now. There's a lot of other things going on in our office, but in my mind, this is one of the most important and critical. Living in California my whole life, I understand how valuable levies are to the safety of all of us and how much they do for those that live in the valley. And so I do feel very strongly about this and think that this is something that requires a lot of attention. To that end, I've been working very hard with Eric to get these things moving quite a bit quicker. We've knocked the timeline down from months and years in some instances to 6 to 8 weeks to turn some of these around. I think we're working very well with that, and I think the program is moving quite well. With that, I think that pretty much concludes. The last slide has got my contact information. I've seen a couple folks have asked regarding the slides. There's not a ton of information within the slides, but what I am developing and should be out probably by the end of next week is a summation of this, basically a white paper that I'll send out through Eric and to distribute along to everybody else. That'll take all of the points and the pieces that I've talked about and sum those up. So it'll give a more general, broad overview of the program, and it'll walk through the highlights and the critical details of this. And as always, I am always available through email or through the phone. With that, I'd like to conclude. Pending questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, Leslie, any questions from the board?
Don't believe so. No.
Okay, the public?
Nothing from the public.
Okay, Eric and Josh, I was obviously concerned about this program, still am obviously. Was worried about whether or not we were stuck and not moving this program along. I think you've made a presentation, at least give me some confidence that you're moving this along, and along with Chris Nudek's comments about some of the LMAs who are now willing to look at doing a LOI and a SWIFT. That's helpful. I was looks like we're making some good progress in getting these things done. And Josh, I guess most of these or some of these informational updates that you're going to be looking at with regard to the people that have already submitted SWIFTs and the changes you're going to require to their submittals has a lot to do with as a result of RD 101, 1001 having an approved SWIFT. We're, I guess, trying to move all these other, I think there are 13 other SWIFTs have been submitted or whatever, complying with that template, as I understand. So they're going to have to do some rearranging as well as giving you some assurance that they're proceeding in a timely manner on those. But it looks like at least we're going to have a common template that the LMAs can work toward, and I think that's going to be helpful.
Yeah. Thank you, President Edgar. Yeah, we are doing our best, and I'm glad there's some work in the San Joaquin County. We are also speaking to some of the flood control agencies, Rick Reinhardt and a few others. Maybe that's a good stepping stone as well to follow up with them and seeing, hey, which systems are inactive in your area and what we can do to work together to get them to either do an LOI or if they're a smaller levy system to fix their deficiencies.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to do. Well, that's I think actually there's some good progress being made. I'm pleased about that. Congratulations and thank you for your report. Okay, members, we're under item 9C, Reclamation District number 3 Levee Improvement Project. Greg Harvey and Deb Biswa of the board staff will be asking the board to send a letter to USACE requesting permission to alter approximately 1,250 linear feet on the west side of Grand Island in the Delta based upon 60% design submittal package. And I'm assuming that's pursuant to a Section 408 requirement. So either Deb or Greg, you're up.
Good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Greg Harvey, and I'm the Chief of the Plan Implementation and Compliance Branch. Before Mr. Biswas gives his presentation on the project, application number 19488, I just wanted to give the board a quick description of the difference between the two Section 408 letters. So recently, in the last couple of months, the board has approved Section 408 letters for other projects. In this particular project, we're on the second letter, and I just want to point out some of the key differences between the two letters. So, Ryan, next slide. So, per Engineer Circular 1165-220, out of paragraph 11A, we submit the first Section 408 letter that needs to be approved by the board to the Army Corps. This letter, the applicant has to send a formal written request to the board for us to send this letter to the Army Corps. We have to be aware of the planning level scope. This is at the very beginning of the project. And we send this letter to the Army Corps so they can begin their review of the project to allocate staff and resources. The purpose of this letter is to engage the Army Corps early and get their involvement, which helps out the whole entire process in the project. And the key component is that we are aware of the planning level scope. So this is typically known as the Section 408 initiation letter. And then next slide, please, Ryan. So the second letter, this comes out of the same Army Corps Engineer Circular. This is out of paragraph 11F. And when we send this letter down to the Army Corps, it's we'd like their review of the submittal package, but this letter differs in the fact that it's based on reviewing submitted design plans and specifications. So for this particular project that Deb is going to go over, it's based on the 60% design plans, and those have been reviewed along with associated documentation, such as geotechnical analysis and hydrologic analysis, real estate information. And we have determined that the project is in compliance with Title 23, and we would like to send this letter and package to the Army Corps to begin their review. So some of the key components, one of them being that the Army Corps must receive this letter and the information contained within it to make their Section 408 decision. So next slide. I only have 4 slides, so this is the last slide. So some of the main components, the differences that this letter contains, that the preliminary
Mr. President, it looks like we've lost, Greg has lost his internet. Deb, could you step in perhaps and finish that for him?
Yeah, sure. So the purpose of that second letter, which I'm going to talk about that in my slide also. So by the way, this is the BISWAS board staff permitting section for record. So the purpose of this second letter is that we are stating that the project is not injurious to the public interest. And second thing, we are stating that within 180 days of completion of the project, so board will provide information to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for revised operation and maintenance manual and as-built for the project. And third point, we want to convey that board agrees to operate and maintain the alterations to the state plan of flood control system at the changed condition. So these are the purpose of the second letter, which I was planning to cover in my slide also. So Ryan, can you please load my slides?
Ryan, are you, there you go.
So this is my formal presentation. So good afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board. I'm Ray Biswas for record with the board permitting section. Today I'll be presenting application 19488, which is a 33 U.S.C. Section 408 request. And this is also agenda item number 9C. Next slide, please. Today we are requesting the following board action. Consider approval to send a letter to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Sacramento District, requesting permission to alter approximately 1,250 linear feet of levee on the west side of Grand Island along the left bank of Steamboat Slough, a portion of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project, based on 60% design submittal package and pursuant to U.S. Code Title 33, Section 408. Next slide, please. So as Greg already stated, that we had a previous letter we sent to the Corps. So that letter was sent as per Engineering Circular 1165-2-216. And this letter actually we sent on August 31, 2018. And this was an endorsement to the project. As per the next, as the next step, and this is per Engineering Circular 1165-2-220, we request board to send this second letter to U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, stating that board will accept the changed condition of the project and operate and maintain the project. So these are the difference between these two letters. My presentation will follow on the second bullet today. Next slide, please. So this is the project vicinity. So project is proposed by Reclamation District 3. So this is in the Delta area. So this is south of city of Sacramento and northwest of town of Rio Vista. Next slide, please. So this is the enlarged view of the project. So project starts from levee mile 4.72, you can see on the north, to levee mile 4.96 on the south. The yellow portion is the length of the project, which is about 1,250 linear feet. Next slide, please. So Reclamation District 3 proposes to alter approximately 1,250 linear feet of levee along the left bank of Steamboat Slough by constructing a seepage cutoff wall through the levee center line to address critical under seepage deficiency. This seepage cutoff wall will be 30 inches wide and approximately 60 feet deep. The project will also address through seepage and landside slope stability deficiencies by repairing the landside slope. Next slide, please. So this is a typical drawing of the project, and you can see the cutoff wall is at the center. I marked it with the red arrow at the center of the levee. So levee will be degraded to 1/3 of its height, construct the cutoff wall, then levee will be brought back to the original grade. Next slide, please. So these are the board authority regarding this project. Next slide, please. So an inspection conducted by Department of Water Resources in 2014 found that free-flowing and active under seepage that occasionally carried material near the landslide slopes. So this is also called piping. 4 sinkholes were observed at the downstream end of the project site, and seepage along the ditch and numerous seepage boils routinely reported. And these sinkholes were observed since at least from 1986, and the levee continues to deteriorate. Next slide. So there are a lot of previous attempts to repair the seepage boils and sinkholes at the site, but all of them have been unsuccessful. DWR evaluated the several alternatives to mitigate this under seepage issues. So there is the seepage boil. And there are different alternatives that are evaluated, starting from the no action to the cutoff wall at the center of the levee. And it was found that the cutoff wall will be the most effective action to resolve the under seepage problem. This project qualifies for funding from the DWR's flood system repair project program. So this will be, I think, handled by the Dave Wildern's group. Next slide, please. So levees around Grand Island protects 412 homes with over 1,500 residents and approximately 16,000 acres of prime agricultural land. And this levee has been has a through slippage and under slippage and landside slope stability issues, which will be addressed by the construction of the by constructing a slippage cutoff wall and repairing the landside levee slope. The project will also provide some erosion control through the development and implementation of the stormwater pollution prevention plan. Next slide, please. To aid in the preparation of the letter for Section 408 request, board staff has reviewed the following technical documents provided by the Reclamation District 3. The 60% design package, which is the design documents including geotechnical report, hydraulic and hydraulic analysis, model results, risk analysis, and the system analysis, as well as the 60% civil design plans, typical plans which are included in attachment C. Next slide, please. The project will have no hydraulic impact as there are no work is being proposed at the water side of the levee. A cutoff wall will be constructed at the center of the levee, so we don't anticipate any hydraulic impact due to the project. Next slide, please. So the geotechnical analysis for this project is for the mitigation of the undersea. A lot of analysis are conducted. So analysis are conducted for both the design water surface elevation. So the design water surface elevation at the site is 1957 design water surface elevation, which is 15.2 feet NGVD 29. And the analysis was also conducted for the hydraulic top of the levee water surface elevation, which is 3 feet above the design water surface elevation, so which will be 18.2 feet, also NGVD 29. And analysis showed that the seepage cutoff wall will improve the levee through seepage, under seepage, and other landside slope deficiencies. So based on our review at the 60% level, we don't anticipate any issues with the geotechnical issues with the project. Next slide, please. Staff has reviewed the seismic, real estate, as included in the staff report. For information regarding seismic analysis, please refer to the section 6.5 of the staff report. So based on our review, there is no active fault that crosses the site. So fault rupture due to the seismic, any kind of earthquake event is considered low. Also, other seismic evaluation work was not conducted for this project, as the probability of a seismic event and a high flood, the chances of both occurring at the same time is very low. We have conducted real estate analysis for this project, which is given section 6.6 of the staff report. And based on the real estate analysis, we found that the project, there is no land owned by United States government. So this project qualifies for section 408. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. For information regarding staff's environmental analysis, please refer to section 6.7 of the staff report. This activity does not have the potential to result in either a direct physical change in the environment or a reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment, and thus is not a project for the purpose of CEQA section 15378A. The board will also perform a full CEQA compliance review prior to approving any permit for which it has a jurisdiction. So we'll bring this project in the future for a permit application, and a CEQA review will be done during that time. Next slide, please. consistency with the 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. So this project is based on the 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan recommendations to improve the flood system flexibility and resiliency. And it is the opinion of the board staff that the proposed project will be consistent with the adopted 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Next slide, please. So based on our review of the 60% design submittal, we recommend that the board approve the draft Section 408 request letter to U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, which is also the attachment A of the staff report, in substantially the form provided, and direct the executive officer to sign and send the letter to U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Sacramento District. And the letter actually, which is the attachment A of the staff report, I want to just talk about the main points of the letter which we are conveying. If you go to the next slide, please, Ryan. So what actually Greg also talked about that. So this is the repetition of what Greg has already said. So based on the review of the 60% design submittal and the associated documents, the letter conveys the three main points. One is the improvement will not be injurious to the public interest and will not impair the usefulness of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. Within 180 days of completion of the proposed alteration, the board will provide information to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for the purpose of preparing a revised operation and maintenance manual for this portion of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project and as-built plans and specification for the alteration. And the third point, we are conveying that State of California, acting through the board, will accept the altered project for operation and maintenance and hold and save the United States free from damage due to the construction of the project. So that basically concludes my presentation. Now, if you have any question, I'll be happy to answer.
Any questions from the board, Leslie?
Not at this time, Mr. President.
Any questions from the public? Ryan?
None that I can see.
Okay, Deb, have you decided what the environmental document is going to be? Is it going to be a focused EIR, a negative declaration, a full EIR, or what?
I think, yeah.
This is Andrea Buckley, Chief of Environmental Services for the board. The document.
Hello, Andrea.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The document, I believe, is an initial study mitigated negative declaration.
Okay. And that will be performed between the time that we approve this letter and the time the board's asked to issue a permit.
Yes, we will do a full compliance SQL review when we actually do construction permit processing and recommendations for approval.
Okay. Okay.
We have actually Mike Kinnett, who is representing RD Reclamation District 3. And Mike also was a former levee safety program manager at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So he's the project manager for this project. So he's here online. So if you need any update about the details of the project, he can, I think he can address those.
Okay, thank you, Deb, for your presentation. I think it was thorough and complete as far as I know. Any other questions? Okay, the action, we need a motion and a second to approve the letter to the Corps of Engineers and the staff report as outlined by Deb Biswak. Do we have a motion and a second, please?
I'll move.
Thank you, Joe.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, Ryan, please call the roll.
Board Member Ramirez.
Aye.
Board Member Valines.
Aye.
Board Member Countryman.
Aye.
Vice President Dolan.
You're on mute.
Vice President Dolan? Do we still have a quorum if?
You do.
Okay.
With President Edgar.
President Edgar? And then Vice President Dolan voted yes in the chat.
Okay, I vote yes.
Okay.
So we have one absent and one vacancy and 5 ayes. Thank you. Now for the last
Thank you.
last substantive item we have today is Darren Suin's item under 9D, Reclamation District 900. They're asking for a letter from the board to revise the current boundary of 900 in order to annex MA4 to include the adjustment in Mr. McCarty's legislation AB 3226. Now, the reason this is before the board, this is kind of odd, but the reason this is before the board is these kinds of reorganizations and reordering of boundaries of districts is normally done by the county's LAFCO. But since this is a state maintenance area, they're asking for board approval of this matter, and we're the board that does that. So that's why this matter is before you. And I don't believe we've seen anything like this before, but anyway. Darren, you're up, please.
Thank you, President Edgar. Good afternoon, Vice President Dolan, members of the board, Darren Soon, board staff. As President Edgar mentioned, this is somewhat of a unique situation in that you've heard from earlier items that ensuring proper maintenance of our flood system continues to be a challenge. Here you have a situation where one of the reclamation districts, or LMAs, are seeking to take on more maintenance. So this is a step in a more detailed process. And as was mentioned by President Edgar, the RD 900 is looking to they're processing with Senator McCarty AB 3226, and I'll elaborate that on a little bit more later. But they're seeking to amend that in this next session and to annex or add the area of maintenance area 4 into their boundaries. And with that, they would like a letter from our executive officer or the board that supports or at least doesn't oppose the boundary line adjustment. Ryan, could you go to the next slide, please? Okay, just kind of provide a quick overview of what I was talking about. So starting back in 2012, the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan did mention as one of its strategies to make more efficient maintenance of our flood system, consolidation where appropriate of our operations and maintenance responsibilities. So that's stated explicitly in our Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. In October 4th, 2018, we received a letter asking from RD 900 asking for the board to formally begin the process of annexing MA4. They've been busy with some other things in the meantime. Yolo County LAFCO has been processing RD 537 into RD 900, and they completed that. They have their certificate of completion that was done in June 27th of last year. And you heard earlier from Eric Mao's presentation about RD 537. I'm going to clarify this a little bit later as well. Then the executive officer, as I mentioned, we'd like to have Ms. Gallagher to send in a letter of support to adjust the boundary. However, there's a much more that needs to be done. The actual formal decision to annex MA4 would come to the board and have greater detail. There's more things that need to be considered which I will again talk about in a minute here. Next slide, Brian, please. Thank you. So I just wanted to highlight in water code, section 12878 talks about the ability or authority of the board or the department to allow a maintenance area to be annexed into a local agency if they desire to do so after a hearing, and when it's determined that by the board and the department that it is in the best interest of the state to do so. Next slide, please. And this isn't a new thing, it's been done, but it's very infrequent. In 74 and 91, most recently, American River Flood Control District dissolved MA10 and MA11 and annexed those areas. Next slide, please. So this is the southerly portion of RD 537. This is, you can see the SAC bypass just on the northern end where it says Reclamation District 537. It's on the northern, that's the Sacramento bypass. So this is the resultant end piece, I guess, called leftover piece from a dissolution of RD 827 and RD 785 that was then annexed to create a new RD 537 north of the Sacramento bypass. This remainder portion is being maintained by RD 900, but it is still separate and apart from RD 900, but they, in terms of a boundary, but they do, they are taking steps to maintain this area. The responsibility is borne by them after this recent LAFCO decision. And by the way, I just want to mention Tim Mallon from RD 900 and Douglas Drawd is on the phone from City of West Sacramento in case any of the board members have any specific questions for them. Next slide, please, Ryan. So this is the boundary of MA4, and this is the area that we are seeking to adjust the boundaries to be included into RD 900. But again, it will not be annexed, or excuse me, it will not be dissolved until we take further action by the board at a future date. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just a better overview so you can see up in you see the Sacramento bypass there, and then you can see the RD 537 remnant that I was mentioning earlier. I'm told at this time we don't have a new name for it, so from the LAFCO documents, we call it the southerly portion of RD 537. And then you can see in the green highlighted there, the sphere of influence, RD 537, or also known as MA4. That is the boundary line adjustment we're looking to expand RD 900 into. Next slide, please. Okay, so AB 3226, 7-member McCarty. This is what we were mentioning earlier. This would authorize the state upon appropriation of the legislature to provide funds for the West Sacramento GRR project, and this has gone through the assembly as well. As you can see here, it's passed 76-0, establishes West Sacramento project in water code. So the adjustment that we're looking to make, it is germane to this in that it pertains to flood protection. It has an urgency to it, but this is where the City of West Sacramento felt that it would be appropriate to attach on to this piece of legislation. Next slide, please, Ryan. Ryan, next, could you do next slide? Thank you. So this is the proposed amendment that has been crafted by City of West Sacramento. I wanted to clarify this has not been ran through Ledge Council, so of course that would still need to be done. However, they're seeking input from the board before they do that. Essentially, it establishes Section 1.5 into Water Code, which describes describes the boundaries of Reclamation District 900. Next slide, please. So I mentioned earlier the remaining work that needs to be done. So we need to develop an assurance agreement, make sure that the board and DWR, we feel comfortable that RD 900 will assume the responsibilities that we've provided to the federal government. We want to confirm that there is sufficient and continuity and funding to perform that work. Their management structure is capable of performing the work. Also within MA4, there is the Sacramento Yard, and USACE also has a yard in there, which will then become regular permitted facilities. So as a board, we want to make sure that the permitting there is worked out, that the new maintainer, which would be RD 900, would be able to have access and in order to perform their maintenance duties along those facilities. So there's a bit of detail to be worked out there, all before we bring back to you, the board, for consideration. Next slide, please, Ryan. Okay, next steps, as I mentioned, the executive officer supporting the boundary adjustment, and then we'll RD 900 in West Sacramento continue to process the amended AB 3226, and then we will working with DWR, the board, and RD 900, we will work to address those details I mentioned in the last slide in order to bring back to the board for action at a future date. Are there any questions?
I see nothing from the board, Mr. President.
Okay.
This is Jane. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
My question is, does this action of the legislation conform with what the YOLO-LAFCO decision was?
The YOLO-LAFCO decision did recommend this, but they recognized that because MA is a state agency, they didn't have the authority to do this, which is why legislation needs to be performed, similar to what happened with MA 10 and 11 for American River Flood Control District. But they did concur that this area should be annexed into RD 900.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Darren, on the question of, I understand West Sacramento is kind of rearranged their maintenance area, levy maintenance and operations responsibilities, and that there was a disagreement between the city and the reclamation district. Is that been resolved at this point? That is so that Reclamation District 900 is going to do the maintenance, but is somehow overseen by the city government. Is that the way that's going to work, or what?
Yeah, so West Sacramento will serve as the board of RD 900. I'll defer. Tim Mallon, are you on the phone, or can you hear? Or perhaps Doug from the city of West Sacramento? Okay, well, my understanding is
Doug.
Hi, Doug, yeah.
So Tim would definitely be able to speak more of the details on this. My name is Doug Drozd. I'm Government Affairs Manager for the city of West Sacramento. My understanding is RD 900 is now considered a subsidiary district of the city. Our city council serves as the board of trustees district. So I believe in answer to your question, Mr. President, that that question was resolved by the LAFCO action, and we're all on the same page now in the city.
Okay. What happened to the board or the trustees of Reclamation District 900? Are they still an advisory board or something, or how's that work?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm President Egger. I don't know what happened history there. I think Tim would be. I can ask Tim.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, Tim,
there he is.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, as of the end of November of last year, that they just disbanded. I still have interactions time to time with them because we do the board meetings for 537, which shared some of the same members. But outside of that, in official capacity, there's no interaction.
Okay, so the mayor and the council are the governor or the governing board of RD 900. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. That answers that question. Then, Leslie, on the policy issue, there's no, we're not getting outside of our authority on policy or anything, are we?
I believe what they are asking us to do at this point, Mr. President, has already is already consistent with your published goals in the most recent Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, and that has to do with consolidation of districts.
Okay. And President Egger, just to add on to that, I also had a call with Robin Brewer, Jeremy Eric, Ward Tabor, and Casey Shimke, affirming that a letter of support for boundary adjustment would be within the board's purview and not a legal issue at any rate.
Okay. All right. That's good. I'm glad you got that settled. Now, you know, Darren, in these discussions we've been going through with the local LMAs, Jane and I have been working with these LMAs to get them to agree to a new delegation agreement, you know, to get everybody on the same page as to hold harmless things and legal stuff and so on. Are we going to have the same kind of an agreement with essentially the city of Sacramento, or I mean the city of West Sacramento, or RD 900? I guess it's still 900, but the city council is the governing body, so it'd be normal modern use of the normal template that we're using for the new agreement. The delegation agreement for these LMAs is going to be the one we're going to have with RD 900. Is that right?
Yes, and we can. I'd like to sit down with you, and if there's more details that you, Vice President Dolan, in terms of more input on what is contained in that agreement, would happy to go over that with you.
Well, no, it'd be the same one that you've already come up with.
Okay.
The one that Jeet has developed, that nobody likes, but is one we're trying to get all the LMAs to agree to, so that we have them all consistent and up to date.
We will use the standard practice of the day.
Okay, so I think that ought to be an early discussion with the staff, and then ultimately the city council, so that it doesn't come as a last minute shock to them.
Yes, agreed. And the city of West Sacramento and Tim Allen have been very collaborative. You'll see if you look in the proposed legislation, it's conditioned. Ryan, could you go back to slide 10? So you'll see that dissolved only upon the execution of the assurance agreement or agreements and assumption of the project levy maintenance responsibilities by the district. So they've been very collaborative, and so we will sit down and work out the details with them before we come.
What normally happens is everybody gets on board, but the lawyer isn't able to see it. So make sure that the lawyer for West Sacramento is on board with this, because it's a new agreement. We're trying to bring these things up to date and get them approved and make them consistent with all the LMAs. But it's a tough agreement. It's not an easy agreement. So the lawyer of West Sacramento is probably not going to like it, but he needs to we have to help him understand it. All right.
And the lawyer for RD900 is the same as the lawyer for West Safeco, who's very aware of that agreement at our last board meeting.
Okay.
And at our last board meeting with RD900, I brought up the need for this assurance agreement. Didn't bring up any particulars, but I'd be happy to share whatever template you guys have.
Yeah, Jeet has. That's what I was trying to get Darren to do. We need to do that early on with your attorney.
Yes.
Happen. We can make that happen.
All right. Are there any other questions? Okay, Leslie, what do we need here? Do we need a motion or what?
It's just an informational briefing for you to let you know that the ask had been made and that we did intend to comply. And if the board had any specific comments or wanted us to do anything in particular, this would be the time to accept those comments, but no formal action, Mr. President.
You don't want any board action authorizing you to do this?
That was not part of the,
All right.
no.
All right, thank you. Okay, members, we're on item 10, and you have the reports that the staff provided, the update of board administration, update on activities of the operational branch, update of the activities of the plan implementation compliance branch, and the update of activities on the environmental services and land management branch. Are there any questions or requests for more information from the board members? We have any requests, Les?
See anything, Mr. President?
Okay, how about you, Ryan? Anything from the public?
I don't see anything from the public.
Okay, we'll move on to item 11, board comments and committee updates. We have comments from the board. Jane, do you have anything you want to bring up before the board?
Yes, I do. Board Member Johnson and I, along with staff member Ruth Darling, had a very interesting and I believe productive meeting of the advisory committee on June 18th. They are establishing a monthly schedule. Had a little struggle as to what date for July, but the next advisory committee meeting will be July 16th. They're going to, at that point, form 3 subgroups to tackle themes that were agreed upon at the meeting July 18th. So it was a good, robust discussion with DWR staff and 81 people online and on phone. So
that's good.
Almost, yeah. So I think it went very well. They understand the deadlines that will come up. The conservation strategy is ahead of the plan's draft. That purpose is so that it can be incorporated into the plan. So hopefully we don't have last minute input, but we have it in a timely fashion.
Okay, great. Okay, anything else? How about you, Joe?
I don't have anything.
Okay. Tim?
Mr. President, Board Member Ramirez had to step out. He was on the phone though, so let's just make sure that his phone is unmuted if he has something.
Okay. Mike, is there anything you want to bring up?
No, I'm good at 3:10 on this beautiful Friday.
Okay.
I am too, Bill. I think I was just unmuted. I'm good.
Okay. Anything you want to comment on under item 11?
I believe he said he was good.
Okay. Under item 12, upcoming board meeting topics, we've got the advisory board, as Jane indicated, on
July
18th. And this one,
July 16th.
I should actually say July 16th, Mr. President. Sorry.
Okay. And then board workshop on July 10th, coordinating committee on July 22nd, and then our July meeting is on the 24th this month, or for next month. And
Mr. President, those should all be on a remote platform.
yes, thank you. Members, we're on item 13, our closed session. GETA has advised me that there's no closed session for today, and that under 14, therefore, there will be no closed session report. So we're under 15, and without objection, this meeting's adjourned at 3:11.